Let me hit record. And I want to start, we said we were going to start talking about kind of thinking through this idea of prorating interest. So I think this will be a good kind of refresher on prorating for us. Remember, we have a highly recommended closing disclosure that we're going to go over that Thursday in class. So that would be CD number 4 in the online learning system, the section 4 material. If you don't have that or you're not sure where that is, please just reach out to me between now and Thursday night, and we'll make sure you get that. I can't make you do it, but I can highly recommend it, and I do want to talk about it on Thursday. So to refresh prorating and talk about the third thing that we may see prorated, we've talked about taxes, we've talked about HOA dues, and we've talked about rent. So let's talk about another thing that may be prorated. And this actually leads me into an interesting conversation that we had the late group, Thursday night. And it's so interesting to me how relevant the stuff in this class is. Like, I talk to you guys about it, and then it goes out and happens in the real world. So I do want to address that. But let's talk about prorating interest. So we would prorate interest when the buyer assumes the seller's loan. So let's break that down first. The buyer's not originating a brand new loan. The buyer is taking over the seller's. So the seller makes the payment on the first of 1 month, closing changes hands, and then the buyer, now the new owner, takes over the payment on the next month. When is interest payable? Who can remind me when interest is payable?
In arrears.
In arrears. I see some of you pointing behind you. So let's say, again, in this transaction, we got the seller making the mortgage payment on the first of the month. The property is going to change hands at some time this month. I'm going to go later in the month so we don't have to count on our fingers as long. The property is going to change hands somewhere later this month. And then when the mortgage payment comes due on January 1st, the buyer, actually, at this point, we've got to call them the new owner. They're going to be making the payment. They're not originating a new loan, so they don't skip the first. You only skip the first when you're originating a new loan. Do I have everybody so far? What's going on here? Seller makes the payment on December 1st. Property changes hands on December 20th. Buyer, or the new owner, makes the mortgage payment on January 1st. When that buyer, with the new owner, makes the payment on January 1st, they are paying December's interest. Yes, because interest is paid in arrears. We got to prorate December's interest. We have to make that fair. Put yourself in the buyer's shoes. You don't own the property for the entire month of December. Do you want to be responsible for interest for the entire month of December? No. So how do we make that fair? We prorate it. So the seller's already paid it, the buyer will pay interest. Excuse me. Let me say that again. The buyer will pay interest in January 1st for the entire month of December. Buyer's paying December's interest. Who owes whom?
The seller owes the buyer.
The seller owes the buyer, which in proration terminology is going to shake out to a debit the seller, credit the buyer. And no, let's think that through. Let me say that again. The buyer, when they make that January 1st payment, they are paying the buyer is paying all of December's interest. So is it the seller that owes the buyer? Yeah. Yes. Sorry. There we go. So the seller owes the buyer because the buyer is paying the entire month's interest for December. There it is. The buyer's paying the entire month's interest for December. So the seller has to pay the buyer for interest. And in this case, it's going to be the period of time that the seller owned the property, which is the first of the month and including the day of settlement. So we could have done.
But didn't you say the seller already paid December's mortgage? So
When the seller paid December's mortgage,
they
they
paid
paid
November. Oh,
November's interest.
okay.
And that's where I had to think that through, Laura, because
Mhm.
it gets a little funny now, doesn't it? What we need to address in this case is December's interest. So knowing who pays that, who'd be responsible for that, we decided it's the buyer when they make that January 1st payment. And again, the whole idea of prorating, you guys, if we think of settlement, the idea is to settle things or finalize things between the buyer and the seller. We don't want the two to have anything to do with each other after settlement. We want to finalize everything. So think about if we didn't do this on the 20th, if we didn't have the seller pay the buyer for their portion of the interest. Now you got the buyer stuck with calling the seller after settlement and saying, hey man, you owe me money for the interest, in which case the seller is probably going to laugh and hang up on them, right? Because they're done, they close, they move on. So how do we get this? We're going to collect it at settlement in the form of a debit the seller, credit the borrower for those 20 days. The thing we would do to that is to find the monthly interest for the month of December, however much that is, divided by there's 31 days, and that gives us daily. Is that right? Always pretend, always pretend I spell it right. Now, the second piece of this, and again, a couple of you hung out, we, nothing test worthy, of course, but there were some questions about the buyer assuming the seller's loan and if this happens often. And the answer is not really yet, but I foresee this. My crystal ball has this coming in our near future, because let's think about it. The last couple, 2-3 years, buyers were originating loans at historically low interest rates. 2 point something, 3 point something. I mean, that was unheard of until we found ourselves in a pandemic. That's what we mean by historically low. This isn't normal to have 2 point something% interest rates. Those incredibly low interest rates, some would argue, were the direct result of the pandemic to help refuel the economy again, help people get out and spending. Kind of backfired a little bit, right? Kind of backfired a little bit on them, but nonetheless, here we are. If your seller has an assumable loan, this is entirely up to the lender. If your seller has an assumable loan, and we can advertise, the buyer can buy assuming the seller's loan, when they assume that loan, they assume it for the terms that the seller originated it. So the buyer would assume the loan for the 2 point something% interest rate versus buying the house that's on the market across the street, originating your own loan at 7 point something or wherever we are today. So I do think buyers assuming sellers' loans are starting to come back. I'm starting to see them more and more in MLS. Quickly, how this would work, obviously you want to get with your BIC and an attorney and maybe even an accountant, your buyers and sellers client, accountants and attorneys. But quickly how this would work, the kind of the big picture behind it. Let's say you buy my house for $100,000. The purchase price, the sales price is $100,000. And I still have an outstanding $600,000 mortgage that you're going to assume, which means you're going to take over that payment. So we have a difference here of $40,000. So in addition to taking over my loan of $60,000, you'll need to bring me $40,000 to settlement. You got to make me whole. So you make me whole by bringing me $40,000 and taking over my $60,000 loan. How are you going to get that $40,000? Maybe you can get a loan. Maybe you got it stuffed in your mattress somewhere. But that's the key. I think that's what's going to be the kicker here, is that they're going to have to come up with that difference. Again, you guys, this is all about the lender, whether or not they will even allow it to begin with. But also, this buyer has to be approved. So it's not just any buyer can assume any seller's loans. The lender has to approve both sides of it. If you're interested, I think one of you said, well, I'm so going to do that, and that's great. I start with your current lender. Who is your current lender? You may be able to go to your docs and pull those out. And you may see a big somewhere in your documents that says, is this loan assumable? Yes or no. Do most of the big lenders allow assumptions? It depends. You know, if it's an FHA or a VA loan, those are assumable, maybe assumable, even VA loans. So it may depend on the loan type. It may depend on the lender. It may depend on the terms of this loan for this property. So it starts with the seller contacting their lender to even see if this is allowed. And then if so, and in MLS, we can advertise, you know, assumable seller's loan with buyer's loan approval or something like that. I'll tell you guys what I've been seeing, and I need you to be careful. I've been seeing an MLS. It's in agent only, but it's in MLS nonetheless. I've been seeing agents giving the terms of the seller's loan. An assumable loan at X amount down, X amount interest rate, balance due or loan amount. What's the problem with advertising specific loan terms? Where do we run into an issue?
Hello.
That's it, Missy. Missy's got, or Tilla's got a big problem with advertising specific terms. So guys, I don't know that they've cracked down on that yet or not, but just let's the 16 of us start right now and just not do it. Speak very generic. And you say stuff like sellers, and somebody says not everybody can get it, and you're right. So you need to say something like seller's loan may be assumable. So remember, that buyer has to qualify. The piece that, we had this conversation and all was good on Thursday. And then Friday, I took my update. I took my BIC up. And I'm done with my CE, by the way. I felt the need to tell my BIC that Friday afternoon so it doesn't bother me in May. Yes, I'm done. So I did my BIC up on Friday, and this came up. And we were talking about what are some of the advantages of the seller offering an assumable loan. Well, the DOI I always had was the buyer can get in on a lower interest rate. Again, it's a more attractive product than originating your own loan today. So it could be advantage here. But my aha moment from CE the other day, this loan is starting, what? It's not halfway through. It's 6/10 of a way through, which means that front, you guys know when you start paying the mortgage payment back, the majority of it goes to interest. So when you start making that mortgage payment at the beginning, you're paying a whole lot of interest and a little bit of principal. And as time goes on, you pay more and more principal and less interest. Well, if you assume my loan, you're coming in making a principal interest payment, and we're not quite 50-50 yet, but you come in a lot closer than that whole lot of interest, little bit of principal. So that might be another big advantage there. And that was kind of my aha moment the other day. Expect it. It's going to come back. You very well may get to deal with it. We have a form for that. We're going to try and discuss that. But you guys remember, you all promised me that you're never sending anything to a client without you reading it first. So when you do your first loan assumption, the first thing you need to do is sit down and read that loan assumption addendum, which we'll try to look at, and make sure you don't have any questions. Because guys, if you have a question, it's a really good chance your buyer or seller does as well. And then of course, knowing to get them to the attorney so the attorney's got to prove all of this. Questions or comments on that?
Hey, Julie, going back to your timeline with the prorated interest.
Mhm.
If the seller pays on the 1st of December, aren't they just paying for November then? And wouldn't the buyer owe for December when paying on the 1st?
The buyer will pay December's interest when they make that payment on the 1st. So the seller's got to pay them back for their interest.
So if they have to pay them back, why are they being credited?
We did a debit the seller, credit the buyer. The seller owes the buyer.
But the seller didn't pay December,
The seller did pay December 1st,
but that
which
goes for
covered,
November.
November's interest. So the buyer's gonna pay January 1st, which covers December's interest, and both parties own the property during the time in December. So because the buyer's mortgage payment on the 1st will pay December's interest, the buyer needs to collect some money from the seller at settlement.
Okay, okay. Takes a while for this to sink in.
Ask
Thank you.
yourselves, write this down. Who owes who? Because I'll be honest, you guys, when I prorate, figuring out what's a debt, who gets the debit and who gets the credit, that's the place where I really got to like pause and think. And at me asking myself, who owes whom? In this case, if I know the buyer will be responsible for the interest for the entire month of December, I put myself in the buyer's shoes. Is that fair for me, the buyer, to pay interest for the entire month of December? No, I didn't even come into the picture until the 20th, did I? What about those first 20 days? Who's responsible for that? Well, the only other party of the transaction is the seller. That's that. And we're back in our offer to purchase and contract. And before we pick up where we left off, again, I just wanted to pause and make a connection because we got a good question. Again, I think after hours last week, after class, after we stopped recording. So I want to make sure that we address it. And the question comes in, when is the due diligence fee due? The contract tells us that it is due, made payable, and delivered to the seller when? On the effective date. And we define the effective date as that magic moment in time when it goes from being an offer to a contract. So we had those two pieces. The last party, the last offeree signs, and then communication of acceptance crosses the line. Once we have those two pieces, we have an effective date, and guess what? The due diligence is due. Is there wiggle room to when we get the due diligence? I mean, the example we gave last week was we get communication of acceptance at 10 o'clock at night. I'll be real honest with you. I'm not hopping in my car at 10 o'clock at night driving a due diligence check anywhere. So do we have a little bit of wiggle room? Well, now it comes down to what the parties agree to. And most of the time, agents will work with each other. Most of the time, the listing agent's going to say, good, I'm not going to answer my door for you at 10 o'clock at night. So there's no point in you bringing me that check. I'll meet up with you first thing in the morning. That we can be reasonable with each other. But what if we're not? Could some agents not be reasonable? Could some agents demand, well, the contract says, and are they wrong? That's another question I want you to ask you guys, ask yourselves on the regular. What does the contract say? What does the listing agreement say? What does the paperwork say? That should always be our default, you guys, because this is the legally binding document. So the due diligence is due on the effective date. If you get that hard agent that says, no, I want it tonight, well, I'm still not hopping in my car and driving over there at 10 o'clock at night. What am I going to do? I'm going to enact this paragraph that says if it's late or if any of the funds are dishonored, the buyer has one banking day after written notice to deliver. So if you demand it at 10 o'clock tonight, I'm going to call it late. I still have tomorrow. Once I get written notice from your seller, that written notice from your seller starts that one banking day. I'll get it to you by 5 o'clock tomorrow, so we'll be in compliance. But bottom line, what does the contract say? And that's where we need to go to. Can the parties agree to anything outside of the contract? Sure. Can we agree? I'll just bring it to you tomorrow. Sure. But again, if you get that difficult, you may get a difficult person that may say, no, I need it today. Well, I can't do it today. So what happens? Seller sends written notice. After receiving written notice, buyer has one banking day to deliver readily available funds. So that would be when this paragraph kicked in. I did want to show you guys when it comes to the seller giving that written notice to the buyer, they can send an email through agents, of course. The listing agent can send an email to the buyer's agents. But just FYI, we have a form for that. That's another thing that the Real Estate Commission says on the often. We got a form for that because there's a really good chance that they do. So if you're the listing agent and your due diligence or earnest money is late or dishonored, you get word from the escrow agent that the checks have bounced. You can use this official document. It's an NCAR form, 355T. I think that's so we can dig it. But it basically just says the same thing that that paragraph in the contract says. It just breaks it down into nice, neat bullet points for us. So this could be one way that your seller would give that written notice, whether they want to send an email or something. That may be up to your firm's policy, so check with your firm. But when you got a form for that, use it. It's there. Anything on that before we get back into our contract where we left off? Anything on anything in the contract we've talked about so far? All right, so we were in the throes of our terms and definitions. The first 2.5 pages or so, give or take, are nothing but defining things that are specific to this contract. I think it's so important that we know the definitions of the common terms that we use on the regular, such as due diligence fee, due diligence period, that effective date, earnest money, etc. We're going to see a little bit more on earnest money in just a bit. But where we are starting tonight, still defining things, we're going to define settlement and then we're going to define closing. They are two totally different things. They do two totally different things. As we mentioned the other day, you and I have never been to closing. Unless you're an attorney or a paralegal or you work for an attorney, you and I have never been to closing and you never will go to closing. What we attend with our clients is settlement. Settlement is defined as the proper execution and delivery to the closing attorney of all documents necessary to complete this transaction contemplated by the contract, and the closing attorney's receipt of all necessary funds to complete such transaction. So settlement is when our buyers and sellers deliver or sign their paperwork and bring their monies. We need to determine when our settlement date is. It's going to take place on this date unless otherwise agreed in writing. You will note with settlement, there is not, as with due diligence, a time being of the essence. There is no time being of the essence with the settlement because time being of the essence is a drop dead date and time. It must happen by this date and time. Delays in settlement are just common. When we enter into this contract, we are all working really hard to get to the attorney's office on whatever date we fill in here. But the truth is despite everybody's efforts, we still might run into a delay. Now, we got a provision in our contract, paragraph 12, that we're going to see in just a second, that talks about the delay in settlement. Then once you and I, buyers and sellers, everybody leaves the attorney's office, then the attorney proceeds with closing. Closing is defined as the completion of the legal process, which results in the transfer of the title to the property from the seller to the buyer. And it includes the following steps. Step 1 of closing is settlement. Step 2 is the completion of a satisfactory title update. Step 3 is the closing receipt of authorization. to disperse all necessary funds. This is referring to the money coming in from the lender on behalf of the borrower. And then the last and final step is to record the buyer's brand new deed and the lender's deed of trust. Then, and only then, is it a done deal. So we go to settlement, we do our thing with our buyers and sellers, we leave, the attorney puts the finishing touches on it, and the very last act, the very last thing they do is record that brand new deed, and if the lender's involved, their deed of trust. This all tries to happen as soon as reasonably possible after settlement. Everybody tries really hard for settlement and closing to be on the same day. Can things happen? Can we lose internet or power and you can't e-record the deed? Do glitches happen? I think we talked the other day about every once in a while you hear about random, but you hear about a buyer forgetting to sign one of the lender's documents or something, right? So things can happen between settlement and closing. Our people need to understand that it's not a done deal until it closes. Buyers need to know they're not getting the keys from settlement. They shouldn't get the keys from settlement. I know, we all know somebody that did. We're going to see in just a second. What does the contract say? The contract says that buyers should not get keys until it is closed. They shouldn't have access to the property until it's closed. And you need to have that conversation with your buyers, because I think a lot of buyers go to the attorney's office thinking that they're going to leave with a new set of keys. So just let them know, we'll figure out how you're going to meet up with them. Are they going to go back to the attorneys and pick it up? Are they going to meet out with you? We'll just figure it out. Maybe we go out to lunch, and by the time we're done with lunch, we'll have confirmation has been recorded. Somehow we just need to make sure we communicate that with them and not let your buyer be standing there at the attorney's office with their hand out waiting on their new keys. You and I don't get paid until it closes. So upon closing, the proceeds of the sale shall be dispersed by the closing attorney in accordance with the settlement statement. Remember page 1, all those third parties that are waiting to get paid? They get paid, including me and you, when it closes, when that deed is recorded. So tell your buyers, don't expect the keys at settlement. Tell yourself that morning in the mirror, don't expect your check until closing, until it closes. You usually get an email from the attorney or paralegal. It's my favorite email in this industry, short, sweet, and to the point. But that email says, we are on record. Translate that to give your buyers the keys, and go back and get your check. Here's a big red warning. The North Carolina State Bar has determined that the performance of most acts and services required for a closing constitutes a practice of law, must be performed only by an attorney licensed to practice law in North Carolina. State law prohibits unlicensed individuals or firms from rendering legal services or advice. Although non-attorney settlement agents may perform limited services in connection with the closing, they may not perform all acts and services required to complete a closing. Closing involves significant legal issues that should be handled by an attorney. It is a position of the North Carolina Bar Association and the North Carolina Association of Realtors that all buyers should hire an attorney licensed in North Carolina to perform a closing. So again, we talked last week, North Carolina is the oddball, y'all. We're only like 6 or 7 states that are still a settlement meeting method state. Everybody else does it a different way. So there's a really good chance at some point in your career, you're going to have somebody move here from another state and they're going to say, I have to hire an attorney. And your answer is, if the property is located in the state of North Carolina, yes. And if they give you kickback, well, here it is right here. We can show this to them in the contract, that big red warning. Questions or comments about settlement, closing, and when we get paid? The last thing we're gonna do is define special assessments. A charge against the property by a governmental authority or by an owners association. So this could be referred to, the government could put a special assessment on the property. Maybe they want to install street lighting. Maybe they want to hook a whole neighborhood up to public sewer, for example. The government may put a special assessment on. The HOA may put a special assessment on to help with the grounds, the common areas. My HOA just sent us a letter the other day. They got to upgrade to the pool. So they're going to put a special assessment on us. You can look at that pool and tell us that it needs some upgrade. So I was pretty happy to get that letter, actually. So now that we've defined what a special assessment is, we have a blue note that says buyers and sellers' respective responsibilities are listed below. So we are going to see special assessments 3 times in this contract. Here we define it, and then we break it down further into what is the buyer's responsibility for special assessments and what is the seller's. So that gets us first through our first, again, 2.5 pages is nothing but defining things. I know we talked last week. I shared with you, my pre-licensing instructor shared with us, make it a point to sit down and read this offer to purchase and contract once a year. Guys, all we do is fill in the blanks, and our piece is so small. It's so insignificant compared to the rest of the material in here. So make it a point to read it, especially the terms and definitions once a year, and use it to your advantage. Use it to help yourself talk to your buyers and sellers as you are entering them into this contract. The second provision is about fixtures and exclusions, and it starts by throwing us a big red warning, all caps and bold. Something to pay attention to. What's it mean when somebody types in all caps? How do we interpret that?
They're yelling.
They're yelling at you. So guys, NCAR is yelling at you. Warning, the party should not assume. Do we need to read any further? Never assume. The party should not assume that an item will or will not be included in the sale based on an oral or written statement or understanding that is not part of this contract. Buyer and seller should be specific when negotiating what items will be included or excluded from the sale. Back in chapter 9, we talked about our parole evidence rule. The parole evidence rule says the final written word of the contract will prevail over any previous negotiations or advertising. And that's pretty much what this warning is telling us as well. If it's going to be part of this transaction, it needs to be in the contract, specifically with fixtures and personal property. Fixtures are included in the purchase price. Remember, a fixture is meant to stay. So fixtures are included in the purchase price. All existing fixtures are included in the sale as part of this purchase price, free of liens, unless excluded below. Specified items. Buyer and seller agree that the following items, if present on the property on the date of the offer, shall be included in the sale as part of the purchase price, free of liens, unless excluded below. All items listed below include both traditional and smart versions and any exclusively dedicated related equipment and or remote control devices. So for example, the garage door doesn't open real well without the garage door clicker, does it? That clicker is about as personal property as it gets, right? I mean, you just clip it on the visor of your car. You can slip it into your pocket. You don't get more personal property than that, do you? But the clicker controls the fixture that's going to stay. So again, remind your sellers of that, because it's so easy to drive off into the sunset after closing with the clicker still on the visor. So just make sure they make an effort to leave it on the counter for us or something. But anything that's included with it. And then you can see we have a list. If you are using this offer to purchase and contract, these things are considered fixtures, in addition to other things that are permanently attached. What do they say? Nailed, screwed, or glued, bolted or welded, right? That's pretty darn attached. If we're not sure, we have a specific list here. When in doubt, write it out. If you're not sure it's a fixture, put it in here. But this just gives us kind of a good place to start. I would recommend being familiar with the fixture list. So we, when buyers are looking at properties, they like to point at stuff. Have you guys experienced this? Does this stay? Do I get that? Does that come with it? So by being familiar with the fixture list and knowing the idea about a fixture, then we can help them identify the things that are going to stay. The fixtures list is always getting updated. July 2023, they added exercise equipment devices that are attached. Again, this was a direct result from the pandemic. Everybody ran out, got some kind of exercise equipment, a tonal mirror. They attached it to the wall. Is that a fixture? Well, by every definition we know, the seller thought they were going to take their tonal mirror with them. But guess what? It's nailed, screwed, or glued to the wall. So it was considered a fixture once they attached it. It became such a thing, they went ahead and added it to the fixture list. This exact same list shows up in our listing agreement. So when we're meeting with the sellers, when we're having conversation with the sellers about listing their property, we can go over this list with them. Because if my seller is going to take anything on this list, I need to have a conversation about it right now. In a perfect world, they would take it down, replace it or repair it, and a buyer would never see it. It would never show up in my pictures. They would never see it in showings. Do we live in a perfect world? No. The seller may look at you and say, I got to keep exercising until I move out. So I'm not taking my tonal mirror down until I move out, the week before settlement. It now becomes my responsibility as the listing agent to let any buyer know that sees that property that when they buy this house, that tonal mirror is not going to be there. We need to have it in our remarks and our agent only. If you have a buyer with interest, that agent calls you after the showing and says, wow, my guys are really interested. Did you note that the tonal mirror, depending on what it is, I may even put a sticker or tag on it talking about does not convey. As the listing agent, if a fixture is going to go, it's my responsibility to basically let the world know when you buy this house, that won't be there. So have these conversations with your sellers. My sellers, I'd say, look at this list in the listing appointment. I'd say, look at this list. And they say, oh, we'll look at it tonight before we go to bed. You know what that means? Yeah, right. They're never going to see it again, right? So you know how I respond? I say, I'm very patient. So why don't we take 4.5 minutes and look through this list together? Because if you think you're going to take anything, we need to talk about it right now. We need to make sure we get on the same page. If you're using a different contract, the fixture list could look different. It all varies from contract to contract. But again, this just gives us an idea. You guys, I recommend you guys looking at this fixture list sometime between now and Saturday morning at 9 o'clock.
How is a rain barrel fixed?
Probably because I don't know exactly how it's attached. Is it just attached to the gutter? Is there some kind of mechanism, or I don't know how it wound up on the fixture list. I've always heard that anything on this list is the direct result of a lawsuit. So I take you to court over something and then boom, we get a new fixture. The last one was thermostats. And I don't think people were ripping thermostats off the wall. I think this got into the smart world that we're living in. Our homes are getting awfully smart, y'all, aren't they? I refuse to have a house smarter than I am. So
Our rain barrel, the gutter, like we adjusted our gutter. So instead of going all the way to the ground, it goes to the top of the rain barrel. So that might be what is indicating something was like adjusted to put it in.
There you go. Thank you, Jessica.
Okay, thank you.
You said it's here for a reason. If any fixtures are smart or have smart devices, there's a fairly newly added section on pairing and deleting data from devices. Prior to closing, seller needs to unpair any devices that will convey from any personal property, such as your hubs, intelligent virtual assistants, mobile devices, vehicles, etc., with which they are paired, delete personal data from any devices that will convey, and restore all devices to factory default settings unless otherwise agreed. So again, listing agents, once you get into that smart home, just have that conversation with your seller. Let them know that when they move out, when they're done, they need to unpair and delete, set things back to factory reset so the buyer can come in and connect to their new devices. The seller's obligation to unpair or delete survives closing, which means if they forget, closing happens, they still have a duty to do it. So if your buyer calls you after closing and says, yeah, it's still picking up the sellers, then we need to get the listing agent, call the seller and just have them do it. I know people forget, but this is here to help everybody remember. Here's a blue note. Any fixture or other item described above that will not be part of the sale should be identified below. Items leased or not owned. Any item which is leased or not owned by the seller must be identified and shall not convey. The seller can't sell what's not theirs. So maybe they are renting security equipment from CPI. When they terminate that contract, they're going to need to turn that back in. They give us examples: antennas, satellite dishes, receivers, alarm systems, etc. So we need to identify anything that's leased or not owned. And then other items that do not convey. The following items shall not convey. And this is where we're going to list fixtures that the seller's going to take. Again, if they hadn't taken them down before we listed, before we took pictures, if anybody saw it, we need to make sure that it is listed, shall not convey. Our July update of our contract kind of strengthened this verbiage for us a little bit. The seller must, do you have an option with must? No, must is pretty spot on, isn't it? The seller must repair any damages caused by the removal of any items excluded above in a good and workmanlike manner. I know we all get a little chuckle out of good and workmanlike manner because that could be pretty subjective, right? Especially if you're the seller on your way out. Is your definition of good and workmanlike manner different than the buyer's that's just coming in? Maybe. Good and workmanlike manner is just meant to mean up to code, up to par, up to a certain standard. Everybody has access to YouTube and a hammer. That doesn't make us all handymen. So making sure that it's good and workmanlike manner, up to standard. Seller will notify buyer upon completion of such repairs, and buyer with documentation thereof, if any. Buyer's advised to consider attaching the additional provisions addendum if buyer has a request as to how the repairs should be completed. So that's another form that we'll look at. This is our forms week. Funny, I didn't mention that earlier, but lots of forms this week. So hang on to your hats. Questions or comments on the fixtures? Y'all want to hear something funny? I took a forms class a couple years ago with NCAR, and one of the ladies on the forms committee was teaching the class. I said, man, that's the lady I want to go to lunch with. I don't know more about that forms committee. They had to add this paragraph. The reason they chose to add this paragraph was not because, I mean, people forget, sure, so it helps cover both parties. But they were finding sometimes near the end, people start getting petty. Buyers and sellers start getting a little petty. And they were finding that sellers weren't on pairing. And then after closing, they were like driving up and down the street with their phones and like opening the garage door and turning the lights on and off. And they were messing with the new owners. So how do we fix it? We put it in the offer to purchase and contract. This is the kind of silliness that allows us to have a 17-page offer to purchase and contract. People mess up, and guess where it's going to wind up? In the contract. Isn't that funny? People make me laugh. You have to laugh. Anything on fixtures? After fixtures, we have personal property. If fixtures are meant to go, personal property, no, fixtures are meant to stay. Fixtures are meant to stay. Personal property is meant to go. If they're going to do the opposite of their intent, we need to put them in the contract. So personal property, the following personal property present on the property on the date of the offer shall be transferred to the buyer at closing at no value. And then we're going to list the negotiated, agreed upon personal property. Please be specific. Don't just put the fridge in here. Could that be easily misinterpreted? I mean, what if instead of the big fridge in the kitchen, the seller leaves the beer fridge that's been in the garage? Is that what the buyer wanted when they wanted the fridge? Probably not. There were stories, I don't know the validity of them, but there were stories, and they sure do drive the point home. Agents would put fridge in here. Buyers would show up at their brand new house, walk into their brand new kitchen after closing, and instead of that fridge they thought they were going to get, it was like a 2-shelf dorm room fridge. Did the seller do what they were contractually obligated to do? Did they leave a fridge? Yes. Does the buyer have a leg to stand on? They got a fridge. What's the contract say? So guys, we need to be specific. 2-door stainless steel, Whirlpool, whatever. Be specific. If you can get model numbers, that may help. Sometimes when you open the fridge, like on the inside panels, please don't try to move the fridge to get a model number in the back. Pictures may help. Prove if you need to prove anything. As a matter of fact, I don't think it's a bad idea to snap a picture so we know what that was as of the date of this offer. Next to refrigerators, I'm going to say washer and dryer is the next negotiable personal property item. Pretty much anything after that, we need to heads up, and this is what this blue note is alerting us to. Any personal property that would be part of the sale should be identified in this paragraph. Buyer is advised to consult with the buyer's lender to assure that the personal property items listed above can be included in this contract. Remember, the lender is giving a loan to buy a property. The lender is not giving a loan to finance a John Deere Green tractor for 30 years, or the dining room set and the bedroom furniture. You guys know what I'm saying? So as that personal property list starts growing and growing and growing, at some point the lender's going to go, what am I being asked to finance here? What do you get the loan for? Because now you got all this stuff. It's not mentioned in here, but the forms committee, and I can't remember the number. I'll see if I can't find it. But the forms committee did give us a brand new form in July that allows us to do an outside bill of sale for personal property. So if we start, this buyer starts this laundry list of things. I want the dining room furniture, and I want the John Deere tractor, and I want this, and I want that, and that personal property list starts growing. We want to refer to that outside bill of sale. They can handle that with a cashier's check or whatever they agree to at settlement. Questions on personal property?
Julie, dishwasher, microwave, like kitchen equipment, that's personal property?
Some of it's going to be up here in our fixture list. So our dishwasher's up here attached
I
microwave.
see. Okay.
So some things are going to be up here, but if it's like a microwave on a counter that's not attached, then that would be personal property. Y'all know what the best thing I ever got to write into a contract, the best personal property? I can't believe I got to put this in the contract. Under personal property, I got my buyers the Adams Family Values pinball machine. And I put it all in Adams Family because I want to be specific about what pinball machine. And plus, I wanted a story to say I put Adams Family Value pinball machine in a contract. We walked down in the basement. It was like a game room. It was a fun room. And then downstairs was a pinball machine. And my buyers are like, we want the pinball machine. Of course, what do I say? Anything's negotiable. And so we can ask for it. The worst they can say is no. We put in the contract. The seller said, oh, thank God, we didn't want to move that thing anyway. I've never moved a pinball machine, but I understand balance and level and everything is kind of a bear. So that was my personal best. So fixtures, personal property. Now we get into 4, which is the buyer's due diligence. Buyer's agents, provisions 4, 5, and 6 are all about the buyer. 4, 5, and 6 are specific to the buyer. We're going to see the buyer's due diligence. We're going to talk about the buyer's obligations and the buyer's responsibilities. So buyer's agents, these are the conversations that you're wanting to have with your buyers. So first, we need to talk to our buyers about the due diligence process. And again, this thing starts by throwing us a big red warning, all caps in bold. Buyer is strongly encouraged to conduct due diligence during the due diligence period. If the buyer is not satisfied with the results or the progress of their due diligence, the buyer should terminate this contract prior to the expiration of the due diligence period, unless the buyer can obtain a written extension from the seller. But guess what? Seller is not obligated to grant an extension. Can we ask for more time? Can we ask, I need more due diligence. My home inspector's busy and he couldn't get in. Can we have more time? Sure, we can ask. Is the seller under any obligation to agree to issue us more time? What's something that might make the seller give us more time? What speaks louder than anything? Money,
More
money, 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 money. You may want to consider having your buyer offer more due diligence fee, additional due diligence fee. Again, sellers under not obligated to grant an extension. Although the buyer may continue to investigate the property following the expiration of the due diligence period, buyer's failure to deliver a termination notice to the seller prior to the expiration will constitute a waiver by the buyer of any right to terminate this contract based on anything related to their due diligence. Again, you guys, there's a common misconception out there that when we hit the end of due diligence, the buyer's investigation stops. And that's not true. At the end of due diligence, the buyer's not giving up the right to investigate. The buyer's giving up the right to terminate. Remember last week when we defined the due diligence period, or the due diligence period, the buyer's time, the right to have that right to terminate based on any reason or no reason. The buyer should continue doing investigations and inspections, learning about the property until we get to the final walkthrough, until we get to the very end. So when we're done with due diligence, all we've lost is the buyer's right to terminate this contract. They can continue their investigations and inspections. Provided, however, that during the due diligence period, buyers still may exercise a right to terminate under the seller's obligations. So it starts with a big red warning. You know, take this. I'm such a fan of letting the forms put words in your mouth. I mean, we don't need to recreate the wheel. The contract explains the buyer's due diligence. It gives them that warning. So we can use this to help us have this conversation with our buyers about what they need to do during this time. And then it gives us a whole laundry list of things that buyers should consider doing during due diligence. And we're not going to go through this word for word because we've already talked about these things in chapter 14. So this will just serve as a nice quick refresher for us. First off is the loan. The buyer at their expense shall be entitled to pursue qualification for and approval of the loan, if any. Remember, you guys, there are no loan or appraisal contingencies built into this offer to purchase and contract. A contingency says, in order for this to happen, that has to happen. So an example of a contingency might sound something like, in order for me to buy your home, I need to get loan approval. But we don't have that built into the contract. There are no loan contingencies. Can the parties agree to add a loan contingency? Can they agree to add one? Sure, the parties can agree to anything as long as it's not illegal. So if the parties agree to add a loan contingency, that's something beyond the offer to purchase and contract. And by the way, we don't have a form for a loan contingency. We used to, but they retired it. So if you come across it, it's a dead form. So if I don't have a form for that, if the parties agree to add a contingency, what are we probably going to have to do? See mouths move?
And
We got CYA, don't we? Call your attorney or call your
Oh.
buyer's attorney, CYBA. What was that?
I was gonna say addendum, but that's a form.
That's
So
right. I don't have a
forget that
form.
answer.
That's,
All right.
I don't have a form.
We are
So
so different in Florida.
welcome to North Carolina. Let's see. Buyers advised to consult with their lender prior to signing this offer to assure that the due diligence period allows sufficient time for loan process and for the buyer's lender to provide buyer with sufficient information to decide whether to proceed with or terminate this transaction. If you've never worked with this lender before, you may not know their time frame. So you may want to call them. How long do you need for due diligence? It's very rare to get final loan approval while we're still in due diligence. And all my years, I've only known one buyer, one, to have final loan approval while we're in due diligence. Instead, usually what we get the lender, we need time in due diligence to get the lender the paperwork they need to get it through the first round of underwriting, get the appraisal back, get those preliminary first things done. Once it comes out of the first round of underwriting, the lender's going to give the buyer a pretty good idea of whether or not we'll get loan approval or not. And based on that pretty good idea, the buyer has a decision to make. So they got to decide based on their communications from the lender. If things are looking good for the loan, we just need you to submit these 2 or 3 extra documents, then I would feel like we had a pretty good idea that we could proceed with. But if the lender says, yeah, this isn't looking good at all, the buyer has a decision to make while we are still in due diligence to proceed with or terminate this transaction. Then we're going to talk to the buyer about some things that they should consider in their property investigations. We talked about different inspections. So there's your home inspection, pest inspection, anything they want an expert to check out. There's asbestos or radon. Reviewing the documents. If we're in an HOA, we should get the documents so they can review those, especially if they have a specific need. Like if your buyer wants to put a fence up, well, we need to get our hands on these covenants to make sure it's allowed. Insurance, we want to make sure we have insurance secured while in due diligence. First off, the lender has to approve it. Second off, we got to make sure the buyer can afford it. I think we talked last week, if the buyer's insurance is more than their approval amount, then we're not going to get loan approval. The appraisal that the lender requires, a survey. They want to know what their property lines are, any zoning or governmental compliance or regulations. Is the property in a flood hazard? If so, is flood insurance required? Flood insurance is not cheap. So it's definitely something they would want to know and look into. Utilities and access, where are we getting water, sewer? Streets and roads, whether or not streets and roads are public or private. If they are private, I'm not talking about whether or not you can drive on it or not. If they're private, that means they're maintained by the homeowners that live on it. If they're public, then DOT will maintain them. So that should be information that the buyer wants to know. And then special assessments, anything that may be considered. So again, the due diligence is the buyer's opportunity to learn as much about the properties they possibly can. Do all your inspections and investigations, drive by at different times of day. Do you want to see what the house looks like when the sun rises? Do you want to see, is it a party neighborhood? Why don't you drive by about 9 o'clock on a Friday night and see what's going on, right? They should be encouraged to drive by at different times of day, different days, so they can see that home they're getting ready to buy. Comments on that? Let's take our first break. We come back, we'll keep going on our offer to purchase and contract. We got dinner. I eat a bite here, a bite there, these night classes. I'm a terrible student. Friday I took CE, so I was on the other side of the desk, and I'm just an awful student. But I find myself as a student, every break I got to poke around in the fridge, like something appeared in the fridge that wasn't there last break. I don't do that as a teacher, luckily. But yeah, I'm like, what am I doing? Just because they said break doesn't mean I had to head straight to the fridge. Sometimes when you poke around in there, you find some good stuff though. So all right. So let me take attendance. And we are still on 4 about our buyer's due diligence process. We talked about the various things they should consider doing during the due diligence period. Sale or lease of existing property, as noted in a paragraph below, unless otherwise provided, this contract is not conditioned upon the sale or lease or closing of a property owned by the buyer. Therefore, if buyer must sell or lease other real property in order to qualify for a new loan or to otherwise complete the purchase of this property, buyer should seek to close on buyer's other property prior to the end of the due diligence period, or be reasonably satisfied that closing on buyer's other property will take place prior to settlement of this contract. So no contingencies for loan contingencies, also no contingencies about selling or leasing an existing property. What we see below is the buyer telling the seller if that is or is not the case. It still doesn't create a contingency. So the best we can do is tell the buyer to try to sell or lease your other property while we're still in due diligence, or be reasonably satisfied that closing will happen prior to settlement. Repairs, improvement negotiations. Buyer acknowledges and understands the following. Here it is. Unless the parties agree otherwise, the property is being sold in its current condition. Properties used in this contract are as is. This property is being sold in its current condition. The seller may, but is not required to, engage in negotiations for repairs, improvements to the property. So we can ask, but the seller has every right to say, no, I'm not fixing anything. And if they don't do anything, then this property is being sold in its current condition. If the seller agrees to do anything, that due diligence request and agreement we looked at last week, that whole document is pretty much amending this sentence, because it's no longer being sold in its current condition. It's now being sold in the condition that these repairs, these agreed upon repairs, will be made. Buyers advised to make any repair improvement requests in sufficient time to allow negotiations to be concluded prior to the expiration of due diligence. Any agreement that the parties may reach with respect to repairs in addition to this contract must be in writing and signed. Buyer's obligation to repair damage. The buyer shall, at the buyer's expense, properly repair any damage to the property resulting from any activities of the buyer and their agent contractors. But buyer shall not be responsible for any damage caused by accepted practices, either approved by the North Carolina Home Inspector Licensure Board or applicable to any other North Carolina licensed professional performing reasonable appraisals, tests, surveys, examinations, inspections, etc. Again, this repair obligation shall survive any termination of the contract. So if the buyer's home inspector damages the property while they're doing their thing, who's on the hook for it? The buyer. That's right, the buyer. So Another good reason to make sure that we're recommending, you know, qualified people that are good. Do people make mistakes still? Of course they do. Do accidents happen? Of course they do. But having that reputation, having that reputable service. There are some things that the home inspector does. They're not damaging the property. They're showing you that the property is damaged. And that's what the rest of this is referring to. For example, if you haven't seen it yet, you will. This is the thing in the home inspection report that makes me giggle every single time. If a home inspector wants to show on their report that there's soft or rotten wood around like the window frame or the door frame or something like that, they're going to take their screwdriver and they're going to jam it in there and they're going to take a picture for their report to show that that's soft wood. They didn't damage the property. They're showing you that that property is damaged. If that wood was normal, you couldn't jam a screwdriver in. And that's the one I see. I'm like, oh, that's so funny that they do that. But yeah, they take that screwdriver and jam it in there and they take a picture of it to show that that wood is soft or ruined. They're not damaging the property. They're showing that the property is damaged. Indemnity. Buyer will indemnify and hold the seller harmless from all loss, damage, claims, suits, or costs which shall arise out of any contract, agreement, or injury to any person or property as a result of any activities of buyer, buyer's agents, and contractors. If you're indemnifying somebody, you're holding them harmless. So basically what this paragraph is saying is that unless it's spelled out in the contract, we're going to have a hard time going after each other. Again, this might be another reason why we have 17-page offer to purchase and contract that addresses things specifically like the buyer's agents damaging the property. Buyer's right to terminate. Provided that the buyer has delivered any agreed upon due diligence fee, buyer shall have the right to terminate this contract for any reason or no reason. All they have to do is deliver to the seller written notice of termination, and we got a form for that. Time being of the essence while we're still in due diligence. If the buyer timely delivers the termination notice, this contract shall be terminated and the earnest money deposit shall be refunded to the buyer. So as long as we terminate within due diligence, buyer can terminate for any reason or no reason. All they have to do is provide written notice to the seller. Again, we got a handy dandy form for that. They don't have to tell the seller why they're terminating. They just have to provide written notice that they are terminating. And as long as this written notice is provided while we're still in due diligence, time being of the essence, we will terminate. The buyer will get their earnest money back. As a buyer's agent, guys, if we have to terminate, nobody likes to terminate. Let's face it, nobody likes to terminate. But as a buyer's agent, if we have to, the best thing I can do is terminate due diligence so I can get my buyer their earnest money back. Something's better than nothing, yes? And that may help with some of the costs that they've put in their inspections and investigations. This last provision here, yeah.
The only way to terminate is if you give the seller a due diligence fee. Otherwise, that's off the table, termination.
Any agreed upon due diligence fee. So if we agree on 0, that's our agreed upon amount. Now we have to agree on 0. If we agree on $1 and I fail to deliver it, then I don't have that right because I didn't perform my end of it. So if we agree to nothing, yep. And then this last here again, all caps in bold, closing shall constitute acceptance of the property in its then existing condition unless provisions is otherwise made in writing. Congratulations, Mr. and Mrs. Buyer. This house and all its problems are now yours. Here's your keys. Guys, there's no such thing as a perfect home. We're good with that, right? I know, right? Shock. There is no such thing as a perfect home. Even new construction has problems. Buyer's not going to get a perfect home, but they do need to know by doing all their inspections and investigations during due diligence, they know what they're accepting at settlement. This last provision down here is also another really good reason why to do the final walkthrough. And we will talk about the final walkthrough in just a minute. So hang on to that. Questions about anything in 4, buyer's due diligence process? Selena, you can hear us okay though, right? We just can't hear you. Good. Maybe try to log out and log back in on break or something and see if that's my IT solution. Log out, count to 10. Log back in. So 4, 5, and 6 are all about the buyers. So 5 is the buyer representations. There's information that the buyer needs to provide to the seller. The seller should be able to rely on this information when they're deciding if they want to enter into a contract with this buyer. So what are some things that the buyer needs to represent to the seller? Well, the one thing that the seller cares about is, how are you going to plan to pay me? And we're back to money, aren't we? It always comes back to money. You want my home, you want my property. How are you going to pay me? What are the funds to complete this purchase? So we're going to check, if applicable, if this is cash. Buyer intends to pay cash in order to purchase the property and does not intend to obtain a loan or funds from sources other than their own assets. Verification of cash available for settlement is or is not attached. The note is telling the seller that they are advised prior to signing this offer to obtain that documentation from the buyer that shows that they have the cash. We don't know this buyer. We're going to take them on their word. Do we take anybody on their word? Yeah, no. The best we can do from the buyer is get them to get a proof of funds letter from their bank. I don't need to know everything they have in their bank account. That's not what I want. What I want to know is that they have whatever they want to pay for this property, plus a little bit more for inspections, investigations, that kind of thing. So we do want some kind of proof of funds, so the seller can be reasonably assured that they do have the cash that they claim that they do. If we're not doing cash, then we're getting a loan or other funds. Buyer intends to obtain a loan to purchase a property from the following. So you can get a first loan, a second loan, and just kind of the specifics of the loan. What type of loan is it? Principal amount of the loan, etc. Of course, this will be in addition. Most of the time these days, we have a pre-approval or a pre-qualification from the bank attached to the offer as well. So we're not just saying the lender's giving me pre-approval. We have that included as well. There may be other funds. So there's a lot of like home buying assistant programs through the county, through the state, various departments that offer funds, especially to first-time home buyers. So if they're getting any of those assistant programs, then we need to spell that out here. This note, buyer's obligation under this contract are not conditioned upon a loan or other funds from sources other than their own assets. Some mortgage loan programs and other programs providing funds for the purchase of the property selected by the buyer may impose repair obligations, material changes with respect to funding this property that affects the terms of the contract or material that must be disclosed. So for example, if VA loans are very specific, they're particular, they may require things to be fixed. Some of these loan programs may have special things as well. So we're just alerting the parties to those existence. The buyer has to represent to the seller if they have other property to sell. Remember, we're not creating contingency. The buyer's just letting the seller know. I do or do not have to sell or lease other real property in order to qualify for a new loan to complete the purchase. We're told to complete the following only if the buyer does have to sell or lease other real property. So we're going to put the other property's address, the buyer's property address. If applicable, we're going to check that the buyer's other property is under contract. A copy of the contract has been previously provided to the seller or accompanies this offer. We're told that we can mark out the confidential information, such as the purchase price, the buyer's identity, etc. Failure to provide a copy of the contract shall not prevent this offer from becoming a binding contract. However, seller is strongly encouraged to obtain and review the contract on buyer's property prior to accepting this offer. If applicable, buyer's other property is not under contract as of the date of this offer. Buyer's property, and now we're told to only check one, is listed and actively marketed with a broker, will be listed and actively marketed with a broker, or they're attempting to go for sale by owner. So we're just representing to the seller, I have a house to sell, or property to sell, I should say. I'm just letting you know. The blue note reminds us this contract is not conditioned upon the sale or lease or closing of buyer's other property. If the parties agree to make this contract condition on that sale or lease, an appropriate contingency addendum should be drafted by who? A North Carolina real estate attorney and added to this contract. We don't have contingency forms anymore. I don't know why they retired them, but they did. So now we're going to add a contingency. We always can, but we need to have an attorney draft that up. Performance of buyer's financial obligation to the best of the buyer's knowledge. There are no other circumstances or conditions existing as of the date of this offer that would prohibit them from performing their financial obligations, except as may be specifically set forth within. If your buyer is facing bankruptcy, for example, that may prohibit them from being able to purchase this property. So if they're in that, if they're aware of that, then they need to disclose that to the seller. It could prevent them from buying. Buyers got to make some representation about the Residential Property and Owners Association disclosure statement, also known as the RPODs, and the MOG, the Mineral and Oil and Gas Mandatory Disclosure Statement. So both are saying the same. Buyers got to make some representations. What we see the most, buyer has received a signed copy of the RPODs prior to making this offer and acknowledges compliance with the act. And if you're not sure of the act, they even throw the general statute at you, so you can put that in Google and read everything that you want to know about the North Carolina Residential Property Disclosure Act. Most of the time, at least in the Triad MLS, I can't speak outside of the Triad, but at least in the Triad MLS, I'm going to say like 98% of the time, when you look at a listing, we see the RPODs and the MOG as an attachment right there. Agents do, members do, so we have access to that. So most of the time, the buyer's going to receive it at the before they're making this offer. What about that 2% of the time that we don't? Well, and I just made those numbers up, so don't write that down. But buyer has not received a signed copy of the RPODs prior to making this offer, and shall have the right to terminate or withdraw this contract without penalty. And that does include getting your due diligence back prior to whichever the following occurs first. Either the end of the third calendar day following receipt, the end of the third calendar day following the effective date, or if settlement or occupancy by the buyer has already happened. So if you got like a lease to own, for example, the buyer's already been living there. Remember, under the RPODs, the seller has a duty to provide the form. It's a mandatory form with optional disclosure. The buyer's not signing, acknowledging that they like how the form was completed. The buyer's signing, acknowledging receipt. And if they haven't received the form within 3 days, either the end of the third calendar day following receipt or the end of the third calendar day following the effective date, the buyer has the option to terminate, get their due diligence and earnest money back, and both parties go about their lives as if this never happened. So if we don't have it, buyer's agents, if you don't have it at the time you're ready to write up an offer for your buyer, if you can't get it from the listing agent, then you need to check that second box and have the conversation with your buyer. The RPODs itself also spells this out, so we can use that form to help put words in our mouth to have these conversations, let them know their rights. I'm not telling anybody what to do. I'm telling them what their options are. I'm telling them what their rights are. Or the third one there, the exempt from the RPOs. The biggest reason why something might be exempt from the RPOs would be new construction. The main reason would be new construction. Or if I may word that another way, never before lived in dwelling. Somebody that's never, a property that's never been occupied. For the list of all things that are exempt, we're told to see the guidelines to complete the offer to purchase and contract. And then we go through that same little exercise with the MOG. Buyer has received it, they have not received it, in which case they may or shall have the right to terminate, or the MOG is exempt. You're going to get RPOs and MOG. If you haven't done 301 yet, you'll get more on that. You spend lots of time with sellers in 301. Questions on either of these? Let's see. Yeah, anything dealing with mineral and oil and gas rights gets legally complicated. So this is just kind of advising us. If the seller has severed their mineral or oil or gas rights, or if they intend to sever their mineral or oil or gas rights, then the buyer's advised to consult with the attorney. And then 6 then is the buyer obligations. What are they obligated to do under this contract? So we define special assessment above. Again, a charge above and beyond either from the government or an HOA to improve the property. So now we need to talk about who's responsible for what. When it comes to special assessments, the buyer's going to take title subject to all special assessments that are approved after settlement. If they're on the table for discussion, if it's proposed, the seller should disclose that. But if it doesn't get voted aye, if it doesn't officially become a special assessment until after settlement, then the buyer is going to be responsible for that. We'll see the seller's obligations in just a second. The buyer is responsible for costs with respect to anything with their loan. All loan charges are between the buyer and their lender. Any charges by an owners association or management company, there's got to be like a transfer, right? We got to change owners in the system. So the sellers are selling to the buyers. Well, the HOA needs to update their system. So there's usually a charge. Anything with the contract, appraisal, title search, title insurance, any fees charged by the closing attorney for the preparation of the CD, recording of the deed, and preparation and recording of all instruments related to secure the balance of the purchase price. So that would be the lender's deed of trust. So as far as who pays for what, a lot of it is spelled out in our contract. We're going to see the certain costs that the seller is responsible for as well. And then authorization to disclose information. We've talked several times now. When we go under contract, buyer's agents, one of the first things you need to do is send that signed contract to the lender so they can start doing their thing. Once you do that, you send that signed contract to the closing attorney so we can get settlement scheduled and they can start doing their thing. This gives me the permission to send the buyer's contract to the lender, to the attorney, to the parties in this transaction that need this information to make it happen. So this gives me permission, the lender permission to share it with the appraiser, for example. Questions on 4, 5, or 6, all about the buyers. Again, buyer's agents. I tell you guys, I'll share this with you. I used to work with a lady, and every year they updated the contract. She would sit down with this thing with several different highlighters, and she would assign one color to buyers and one color to sellers and one green for money. And she would go through and highlight the different provisions and then make copies and give those to her client. So when she was talking to a buyer, she could say, everything in blue is about you. Everything in green is about money. Isn't that kind of cool? I always envied her. I never did it, but I always envied her and it really wouldn't take long. You do it once and you make copies from that. But it was a way to help her communicate with the appropriate parties. So 4, 5, and 6 were all about her buyers. People are so clever, aren't they? I can't take credit for this stuff. If 4, 5, and 6 are all about the buyers, listing agent 7 and 8 are all about your sellers. So we're going to start with seller representations. Things that the seller is representing to the buyer that the buyer should rely on when deciding if they want to enter into a legally binding contract with the seller. The first thing that the seller needs to represent is how long they've owned the property. They've owned it for at least 1 year. They've owned it for less than 1 year, or they do not yet own the property. We'll talk about that third one in a second. But first off, let me ask you guys, who's the seller that typically owns a property for less than 1 year? Typically.
That's
Our flippers, our investors. Some lenders care about that. So why do we need to know how long they've owned the property? Because it may come down to the loan type, the loan product. So the seller's got to disclose how long they've owned the property. What about the seller that does not yet own the property? How can you contract to sell something that you don't own yet? An example I saw once in practice on this. The builder was buying the land that had a property on it. They were going to clear the property, build a new house, and then sell land and new house to the buyer. Builder was still in process of buying that land and property that they were going to clear down. So they were contracting for the builder to build. The builder didn't own the property yet. I was going to say, at least get your BIC involved if you come across that. Your BIC may want to talk to an attorney or something, but that's kind of the conundrum, right? How the heck can you contract to sell something that's not yours yet? I mean, the builder could run into hiccups from buying the property, right? So start with your BIC. If you ever come across this third bullet point, go to your BIC first. They say, oh yeah, that's fine. Or they may say, let's talk to somebody's attorney. Anybody else ever heard of anything? That's the only one I've ever heard of was that builder.
there's pre-construction examples which would be similar, I would assume, right?
Yeah, maybe that could be.
Because we had a lot of like assignments during the craziness of like 03 to like 07, where the contracts, they didn't own the property yet, but you can assign the contracts.
There you go. There you go. An assignment. Thank you, Nicole. Seller needs to represent lead-based paint. This property is residential, was built prior to 1978. Good news. Once you get out of post licensing, you don't have to have that year memorized anymore because it actually shows up in the contract for us. It shows up on the lead-based paint. So you can kind of like knock that information out of your brain. If it is built prior to 1978, we're told to attach the lead-based paint or lead-based paint hazard disclosure addendum, specific form number. That's one that we will talk about in just a bit. Big red warning says if a lead-based paint disclosure is required but not given to buyer prior to seller's acceptance of this offer, buyer may not be obligated to purchase the property under this contract under federal law. Lead-based paint is like the one exception that I've ever been able to think of. The one exception to caveat emptor. Seller has to disclose. Seller doesn't have to disclose much, but if they are aware of presence of lead in the home, federal law says that they need to disclose that. And the reason being federal law is overriding state law. State law is caveat emptor. Federal law says the seller has to disclose. So the Lead-Based Paint Act overrides that. And again, we'll look at that addendum. And I do want to point this out again. I think I mentioned this the other day. But you guys be familiar with the forms because the form will tell you when you need to use another form. So if we're paying attention, then we can see, oh, we need to use lead-based paint hazard addendum. Yeah. See, that's Nicole. Nicole, was that a question or an accidental unmute? Nope. Okay. Oh,
Sorry.
you're good. Yep, you're good. You're good. I just never want to miss anybody. Owner association and dues. Seller authorizes and directs any owners association, any management company of the owners association, any insurance company, and any attorneys who previously represented the seller to release to the buyer, their agents or representatives, accurate copies of the following. Anything about the owners association. There's our covenants, our bylaws, articles of incorporation. Again, you guys, this exact same list shows up in the listing agreement. So can't we have this conversation with our seller when we're listing the property? Tell your seller, we're gonna gather your HOA docs because a good buyer's agent is gonna ask for it as part of the contract for the buyer to review. So have the seller, and again, this comes up in the listing agreement, so it kind of jumpstarts the conversation for us to have with our sellers, for them to gather these documents and make them available. Maybe you want to put it in MLS. Maybe you just want to email it to the buyer's agents once you know you have an interest. There is no criteria on how we get it to the buyer, just that we get it to the buyer. So the seller can assist the buyer in getting these docs. We also need to specify the owners associations. So what's the name of the association? The dues are X amount per month, per year, whatever. Name and address and phone number, contact information. And then we go through that same little exercise again, because some neighborhoods do have 2 HOAs. You may come across neighborhoods, for example, that have the mandatory HOA for the common areas and then an optional HOA for the pool, for example. So if there's more than 1 HOA, we need to spell both those out. If there's more than 2, get you an extra piece of paper. The seller's got to represent all these fees. I mean, think about it. This is important to a buyer to know how much they're going to have to fork up each month or year or whatever for the HOA. So the seller needs to represent or disclose that information. Seller has to represent the existence of any fuel tanks on the property. Let me tell you guys something real quick before we look at this. Fuel tanks, prior to July of 2022, fuel tanks were scattered all over this contract. They probably talked about fuel tanks 4 or 5 different places in the contract. July 2022, they simplified it and they put all fuel, everything about a fuel tank in one place. Thank you, Forms Committee. Sometimes the Forms Committee comes in and helps us out by streamlining information such as the fuel tanks. Again, this also shows up in the listing agreement so we can have that jump start for conversation. To the best of the seller's knowledge, there is or is not a fuel tank located on the property. If yes, complete the following. You see here, we got a place for 2 tanks. If you need more than 2, then just add an additional piece of paper. The tanks are currently in use or currently not in use. The tank is owned or leased. It is above ground or below ground. It's oil, propane, gasoline, diesel, other. And then the name and contact of the fuel vendor. We go through that same little exercise with the second tank, if applicable. Tanks are included in the sale. Buyer and seller agree that any tank described above that is owned by the seller shall be included in the sale as part of the purchase price, free of liens, unless excluded above in our fixtures paragraph. The fuel in the tank. Seller may use fuel in the tank through settlement, but may not otherwise remove the fuel or resell it. Any fuel remaining in the tank as of settlement shall be included in the sale as part of the purchase price, free of liens. Again, that third provision on fuel that was just added July 2022, that third provision is what had buyers and sellers in court after settlement. Buyers didn't think they got their fuel. Sellers thought the buyers were taking their fuel. They went to court over fuel, y'all. So July 2022, the forms committee put it in there and said, you know what? If it's in the tank at the time of settlement, it's going to convey. Now your seller's going to say, but I just had that filled up last week. All right, then jack on $500 to the purchase price so you can get your fuel money back, right? I mean, if we want to be this petty about it, but again, the contract is so helpful now because it tells us what's in the tank stays, it's going to convey, it's going to be part of the sale. So for the fuel tanks, leaving it as a no representation is not an option. It does show up in the RPOs, Selena, doesn't it? So the RPOs, the seller doesn't have to disclose. However, in the contract, the seller's got to make those representations because now we're doing that agreement. But you're right. There is the RPOs. They can say no representation or no, can't they? But if there is, in fact, a fuel tank on the property, it's got to come out at the contract. Seller's use of fuel in any fuel tank subject to their obligation below to provide working existing utilities through the earliest of closing or possession by the buyer. There's a couple notes regarding fuel tanks. Buyers shall be entitled to conduct inspections to confirm the existence, type, and ownership of any fuel tank located on the property. Buyers advised to consult with the owner of the leased fuel tank regarding the terms under which buyer may obtain the tank and obtain fuel. So if there's a lease contract, then we somehow need to get that from seller to buyer. So we're just told to contact the leasing company. They can assist with that. This second note was also added for a reason. State law provides that it is unlawful for any person other than the supplier or the owner of the fuel supply tank to disconnect, interrupt, or fill the supply tank with liquefied petroleum gas without the consent of the supplier. No, sellers can't go out there and drain the tank. No, buyers can't fill it up. They can't touch it. Only those that are licensed and are allowed to fill or supply the tank can be the ones to mess with it. Again, huge improvement to the contract with having everything we need to know about fuel all in one place. Even if the seller, that's a great point, Selena, but yeah, even if they don't want to disclose it, it still becomes part of the contract because it's going to convey with the property. So we got to get something out about it, at least when the contract hits. Similar verbiage about the fuel tank also shows up in the listing agreement. The listing agreement is really good. Again, if you haven't done 301 yet, you'll get all into it. But don't just think of it as an agency agreement to create agency between the firm and the seller. The listing agreement is also a tool to help you know what to talk to the seller about. Use it as a jump start a conversation. Use it as a point when you're sitting in that listing appointment. You can go through, don't read it to them, but you can go through and talk to them about the main provisions and the things that are going to happen when we contract. The last thing under seller representation, if there's a lease, property is or is not subject to any leases. If the property is subject to a lease, buyer and seller should include the rental income investment property provisions and the additional provisions addendum that we will look at, or the vacation rental addendum, which we will talk about. So again, when the need arises to use an addendum, our contract is so helpful. And it lets us know when we need to add something else. Questions on the seller representations? That was quick. Now we're going to spell out seller's obligations. Again, what are they obligated to do under the terms of this contract? Their evidence of title, payoff, and non-foreign status. Seller agrees to use best efforts to provide to the closing attorney as soon as reasonably possible after the effective date copies of all title information in possession of or available to the seller, including but not limited to their title insurance policies, attorney's opinions on titles, surveys, covenants, deeds, notes, deeds of trust, leases, easements, etc. relating to the party. Basically, if the attorney, remember, the buyer hires the attorney. And the attorney starts with doing a very thorough search of the public records, finding everything that is about this property, anything at all they can find about this property. And if it's something that the seller can't clear up on their own, like for example, all their liens, they will pay for their liens out of the proceeds of the sale before they get the net, before they get what's left. If there's anything else, the attorney may ask the seller for documentation. They may ask them for proof. Who knows what they may find? Thus, who knows what they may ask for? But it is the attorney's job to make sure that they're handing their buyer client that clear marketable title. So if they find anything that doesn't make that title clear and marketable, they're going to get with the seller to make it right before settlement. So what their buyer client does get is clear marketable title. Seller shall provide to the closing attorney all information needed to obtain a written payoff statement from the lender. So we need, if the seller has outstanding mortgages, liens, we need a payoff amount to the penny as of the day of settlement. Because again, before the buyer can record their new deed, we have to have a deed of release for the seller paying off their mortgage, paying off their liens. It's been my experience that the attorney will reach out directly to the seller's lenders to get that information. So the seller's going to have to provide it. I've only had one attorney, and I didn't know what to do with him because he called me and he said, "What's your seller's balance on closing day?" And I went, "I don't know." And he said, "Well, you need to get us that." I said, "Okay, now that I know that." So we had the seller call their lender, call their mortgage company and get that amount. That was just one, you guys. And that was up in Mount Airy. I don't know if they just do things differently up there or not. But down here in the Triad, every single attorney I've ever worked with has been in touch with the seller's lender to make sure they get that payoff amount. The rest of this is addressing if the seller is not a foreign person as defined by the Foreign Investment and Real Property Tax Act. I'll let you guys look that up, but it might be that the seller falls under that category. If they do, then they also need to provide to the closing attorney that if they're not a foreign person, they need to provide the closing attorney non-foreign status certificate. This was another addition that they made to the listing agreement. I think it was just this July. If it wasn't this July, it was last July. But again, they added verbiage in our listing agreement now about if the seller is a foreign person under this act. It's to do with taxes. Use it as a jumpstart of conversation. Let's hash all these things out when we're listing and not wait until we get, closer and closer to settlement. So if you are dealing with a seller that may fall under this category, I would start with your BIC. I would start with Google and see what we need to do to get the seller or the attorney the documentation they need, the IRS, the documentation they need. Authorization to disclose, we saw that on the buyers. So now we're seeing it on the sellers too. We have their permission to share the offer to purchase and contract with the people that we need to make this happen. So they're giving us permission here. Access to the property. Seller shall provide reasonable access to the property through the earlier of closing or possession by the buyer, including but not limited to allowing the buyer and their agents an opportunity to conduct due diligence, verify the satisfactory completion of negotiated repairs and improvements, and to conduct the final walkthrough inspection of the property. Seller's obligation includes providing existing and operating utilities at the seller's costs, including any connection and dewinterization. The seller can't contract and then not let the buyer's inspection in to do the inspector in to do the due diligence. Once we're under contract, the seller has to allow reasonable, there's the key word there, isn't it? Reasonable access to the property. All those inspections and investigations, the appraisal, all those people that want to go to the property are going to have to schedule time with the seller. They're going to have to go through showing time or whatever centralized showing system you use to make an appointment to make sure it's okay for the seller. The seller, it's one thing if we're sick today I say, no, I can't do this inspection today. I'm sorry, my whole house is sick. But if it keeps on and keeps on and keeps on, now we're running out of time for due diligence, right? We're getting closer to closing. So we need reasonable access. I know for me personally, as a buyer's agent, I try to get all my inspectors in there at the same time. I try to get everybody at the same time so we can go once and hear everything. I know that may not always be reasonable, but ideally, the fewer times we have to go out, I think the better, not just for me and my buyer, but for my seller as well, especially if they're still living there. I mean, we're kind of disrupting their lives. If the seller agrees to do any repairs, the buyer has the right to verify that those repairs have been completed in a satisfactory manner, back to that good and workmanlike manner. Not stated in here, but satisfactory completion. Many home inspectors will go back to the property to re-inspect just those couple things that the seller agreed to fix. They may offer to go back at a lesser cost because they're not doing a full-blown inspection. But if the seller says, yeah, I addressed the electrical that you wanted me to address, the buyer has every right to send the home inspector or their electrician out there to verify the satisfactory completion of those repairs and improvements. And then the last thing here is that final walkthrough. The final walkthrough should be conducted as close to settlement as possible. If we don't go the morning of settlement, it's recommended we go late the night before, especially if none of us have ever seen that home vacant. If the seller just moved out yesterday, don't we want to see what it looks like vacant before your buyer signs? Even if it has been vacant the whole time, we still want to do that final walkthrough. So now the question is, what if? What if we do the final walkthrough and we've never seen this home vacant, for example, and we learned that the only reason a seller had a picture here was to hide the big hole in the wall. And now we moved out yesterday, we took this picture down, and guess what the buyer's going to see in their final walkthrough? This big hole. What if there's a lot of personal property, trash? I haven't gotten to that yet, but the seller has a duty to clean garbage and debris from the property. What if the final walkthrough is not satisfactory to the buyer? I'm going to go back up just for 1 second. The buyer has a choice. They either go and accept the property in its then existing condition, or they don't. What's this say? When they are closing and sign, they take the property in its then existing condition. If they're not satisfied with its then existing condition, we got to give them their choices. And their choices are either you go and sign or you don't. If you don't sign, it's not over yet. Simmer down. It's not over yet. Buyer's agent, get on the phone with the listing agent and say, this isn't satisfactory. What are you guys going to do? We're not going to do anything. Okay, now we kind of got a problem, don't we? Can we agree to something after closing, after settlement? Yeah, because now at this point, we're sitting in front of an attorney anyway, so we can get them to draft something up for us saying that the seller's obligated to do this, this, or this. There's a lot of what ifs in there, you guys, but understand, if their final walkthrough, if they are not satisfied with that final walkthrough, where are we? If they're not satisfied with that final walkthrough, the buyer's got a choice. They either go, here we are, they either go, accept the property as it is, or we work it out. We don't. That's a tough one, isn't it? I always tell my guys to have a plan B. I don't know what that property is going to look like at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning when we have settlement at 9. I don't know. But if we run into something that the buyer, a hole in the wall, trash, debris, whatever, what do we think about that? kind of a tough one, isn't it? I'll share this with you before we go to break. I had buyers when she was actually one of my closest friends. I don't know why that is important, but it is. And she was one of my closest friends. And when we saw the property, it was always vacant. We are occupied. We never saw it vacant until the morning of settlement. So, we were on alert because we'd seen it empty for the first time. And before we went under contract, it had one of those pull down attic stairs in the hall, and you pull the string and the stairs kind of unfold. When we were looking to purchase it, and even the home inspector popped their head up in the attic and noticed a lot of stuff up there. Well, nothing to get excited about. It's an attic and it stored stuff. When my girlfriend and I went to do the final walkthrough that morning of settlement, we saw it vacant for the first time. And on a whim, I pulled that string down for the attic, poked my head up there, and guess what I saw? All that stuff that was there when we saw it before we contracted, and the home inspector saw. So I called the listing agent and said they didn't get all their stuff. Listing agent said, that's not their stuff. So I said, okay, whose stuff is it? And she said, we don't know about no stuff in the attic. Short story long, those people lived there 7, 8 years. They never once poked their head in the attic. That stuff was the previous owner's stuff. So when they bought the home, that stuff became theirs. My girlfriend, I asked her, I was like, there may be treasures up there, yo. You don't want it? She was like, I got enough of my own junk. I do not want somebody else's. I want it out. And I said, fair enough. So my girlfriend and I went to breakfast because, we did what we could do. We went to breakfast before we went to the closing, or settlement was delayed a little bit, not too long, but we got in the next slot. I tell you, the listing agent, the seller showed up, a little perspiration where they had been moving that stuff out of the attic. Isn't that something? Whose stuff is it? It was, in fact, the seller's stuff. And they had a duty to get it out. This is next paragraph I hadn't gotten to yet. Seller shall remove by the date of possession is made available to the buyer all personal property which is not part of the purchase, and all garbage and debris from the property. Sometimes it doesn't look, the final walkthrough doesn't look like the buyer does. We're going to see later in the contract that it specifies reasonable wear and tear expected. But other than that, the property should be in about the same or current condition as what it was when we went under contract. If not, your buyer has a choice to make. Either they go and sign and accept it, or they don't sign until we get this figured out. She didn't want the stuff. Oh, by the way, this listing agent was also mom. Mom helped them buy this house 7, 8 years ago. I'm like, why didn't mom tell them to poke their head in the attic 8 years ago when they bought this house? So many whys, but this is where we were. Questions, comments? Oh. Was your cat sleeping in I guess the house was empty, the closet was empty, but you didn't want to bother him. So then her broker.
I didn't notice he had gone in there, and we were
You didn't
closing.
know.
I had no idea, and my realtor brought him to the closing.
Oh, what a good agent.
Yeah.
Look in closets, you guys. Seriously, look in closets, look in cabinets. And I do my final walkthrough. I look in everything. I found winter coats in the coat closet. Laura's agent found her dang cat. So look in everything in that final walkthrough, because that final walkthrough is it. This is what you are getting. So make sure your buyer understands that. Thank you, Laura. That's poor kitty.
I remembered that when you said about the attic. That was many years ago.
All right. Thank you. Yep. Let's take 10. We come back. We're going to keep working through our offer to purchase and contract. Selena, did that fix it?
Can you hear me now?
Good old fashioned restart. Like I said, that's about techies I get. If it still doesn't work, then we got to call somebody. But you know what? A lot of times that works. So I don't know. I don't pretend like I understand Zoom or computers. I turn it on and it should work. That's what I know. Welcome back. So I'm going to go ahead and take attendance. And okay, so access to properties where we were, and then I kind of talked about this. So let's actually look at it. There is a provision for the seller to remove their property. Seller shall remove by the date of possession is made available to buyer all personal property which is not part of the purchase and all garbage and debris from the property. I think sometimes sellers think they're leaving gifts, presents for the buyers. If they didn't ask for it in the contract and personal property section, then they don't want it. I think the grill comes up a lot. Sellers don't, when they start moving it and they say, this is kind of a pain, I don't want to move it. So the new buyer will appreciate the grill. And the buyer shows up and says, my grill is much better than this. Get this piece of junk out of here, you know? So if they wanted the grill, y'all, they would have asked for the grill. Any questions or comments on that? Affidavit and indemnification agreement. Seller shall furnish at settlement an affidavit and indemnification agreement and form satisfactory to buyer and their title insurance. Executed by the seller and any person or entity who has performed or furnished labor, services, materials, or rental equipment to the property within 120 days prior to the date of settlement, and who may be entitled to claim a lien against the property as described in this North Carolina general statute. Verifying that each such person or entity has been paid in full, and agreeing to indemnify buyer, buyer's lender, and buyer's title insurance against all loss from any cause or claim arising therefrom. Remember our mechanics law, our mechanics rule? This is addressing that mechanics lien. And remember, the mechanics are the ones that perform services or labor to the improvement of the property. And if the mechanic's not paid 120 days after the work is done, then the mechanic files a lien. The lien that they file is a specific lien. A specific lien attaches to the property. So let's run a scenario. We're still in due diligence. Due diligence is ending the end of the week. Buyer takes repair request to seller. Seller says, yeah, I'll fix it all, no problem. We sign, we agree to continue on through due diligence. Seller has the guys come in and do it, do the work, do the repairs. Buyer verifies their satisfactory completion. Closing happens, but guess what? The mechanic has never been paid. So now the mechanic files the lien to get paid. The lien is now on the new owner because it attaches to the property. It doesn't follow the people. So how do we prevent this from happening? Well, we got a couple options here. First off, the title insurance company, one of the documents that the seller signs is from the title insurance company saying, this isn't going to happen. I promise, that's an affidavit. I promise that I have paid off all liens. I promise that there are no outstanding liens. I promise that nobody can come and lay a lien on the property that's mine after settlement. If the seller breaks their promise, we find out after settlement there's a mechanics lien. That's why the buyer gets title insurance. That's one thing that title insurance will protect the buyer from because they didn't put the lien on the property. Another thing that you and I might be able to do, buyer's agents, when you're asking for those repairs, consider asking to see paid in full invoices. Because not only does that show us that the mechanic has been paid in full, but it also shows the new owner who did the work So if it breaks 2 weeks after closing, they know who to call. Do sellers lie? Sometimes, and this is why we have this affidavit indemnification agreement. And again, this is why the buyer, the new owner, has title insurance. Designation of lien agent, payment and satisfaction of liens. There's another fancy North Carolina general statute. If you ever find yourself dealing with something with this paragraph or this provision, I would start by putting this in Google. You're going to answer a lot of questions right there. Sellers shall have designated a lien agent, and sellers shall have delivered to buyer as soon as reasonably possible a copy of the appointment of the lien agent. All deeds of trust, deferred ad valorem taxes, liens, and other charges against the property not assumed by the buyer must be paid and satisfied by the seller prior to settlement, such that cancellation may be properly obtained following closing. Seller shall remain obligated to any such cancellations following closing. So again, just verifying that the seller's paid off everything. They're not going to stick the buyer or the new owner with the bill. Good title, legal access. Yeah.
Julie, quick question about the mechanic's lien and the title insurance. So they have title insurance, it protects the buyer, but that the mechanic's lien is valid, so that person is owed money. I'm just curious how does that work? How do they protect them?
Yeah, so title insurance is almost always going to go after the seller first, because they're the ones that swore that this wouldn't happen, right? So title insurance calls the seller and says, you got to ante up some money. If the seller's dead or broke or MIA, then title insurance will cover that for the mechanic. Because you're right, for the buyer, for the owner, you're right, because there is an outstanding, and shouldn't affect the mechanic, but by them filing the lien on the property, they're protecting themselves. So title insurance is there to protect the buyer. Like I said, they're going to go after the seller first because they swore this would never happen. Thank you, Addie. Good title, legal access. Seller shall execute and deliver a general warranty deed for the property in recordable form no later than settlement, which shall convey fee simple, marketable, and assurable title without exceptions for mechanics liens, lis pendens, monetary liens, and judgments, and free of any other encumbrances or defects that would affect the value of the property, including those which might be revealed by a current and accurate survey. Except for the ad valorem taxes for this year, utility easements, unviolated covenants, conditions, or restrictions, and other such liens or encumbrances specifically approved by the buyer in writing. So that's, to me, G is about, that's what the seller, that's what they need to do. Provide that general warranty deed, offer good marketable title. They're going to take care of, like we said, all those outstanding liens and balances. All that'll be addressed. How everything gets recorded on closing day is important, because the closing attorney has to show the seller's lien payoffs before they show the buyer's new deed recorded. So there's a time stamp for each of those deeds, and we have to show that order. By the time the buyer's new deed is recorded, they should be starting with a clean slate. Couple of notes here. Buyer's failure to conduct a survey prior to the expiration of due diligence does not relieve the seller of their obligations to deliver good title. If the property may be a short sale, we're encouraged to attach a short sale addendum. We will look at the short sale addendum, so that's another one we'll look at. New to the contract this year, and again, similar verbiage has showed up in our listening agreement, is about governmental compliance. It is a condition of this contract that the property be conveyed free of any material violation of law, ordinance, permit, or government regulations, unless the seller has specifically disclosed such violation prior to the effective date. If a violation is discovered and identified after the effective date prior to closing, then the seller may cure the violation. Unless otherwise agreed, if the seller does not cure the violation, the buyer may choose to accept the violation, proceed to closing, or terminate this contract and receive a refund of their earnest money and their due diligence. So here's another new place where we might be able to get the seller the buyer their due diligence back. Listing agents, this shows up in the listing agreement for a jump start of conversation, to start this conversation. If your seller knows of any of these government regulations, the best bet is for the seller to disclose. We're not trying to override caveat emptor. I can't make anybody do anything. However, if the seller discloses, the buyer has a choice. If the buyer finds it on their own during their due diligence, they're going to ask the seller to cure it. If the seller says no, then the buyer may choose to proceed to settlement or terminate. So listing agents, best bet, I think, best bet. If we know of anything, just go ahead and disclose it. That doesn't give the buyer an out. If you want to keep your mouth shut and they find it and you don't want to do anything, now the buyer has an out. And again, this shows up in our listing agreement so we can have this conversation with the sellers. I would even pull this out and say, this is what the buyer is going to see. Buyer may choose to accept the violation or terminate.
So Julie, in this case, what are the other, I can't remember any other topics that will allow the buyer to actually get refunded both the
So they're
The-
scattered
the
through the
fee-
contract. We saw the RPOs, we've seen this, we'll see a couple other places, but they're scattered throughout. There are some exceptions to when the seller may get, I'm sorry, when the buyer may get their due diligence back. And those exceptions is gonna be, like I said, it's gonna be spelled out in our contract for us. Selena, is that a,
So question, I know the contract says seller may cure the violation, but if it's something like minimal, like say maybe $200 and the seller doesn't want to pay it and the buyer's like, I need this or it's not happening, you as a realtor, are you allowed to pay that if, for you it works out on the long run to get your money versus them just being petty?
sure, sure. Sometimes Selena, you and I, the two agents may agree to go in $100 each just to make this happen.
Okay.
If the buyer's involved, if it's anything with the buyer's loan, we need to run it by the lender just so they can mark that on the CD so they can, and understand too, that this is probably going to be our money unless the firm agrees to share that with us. So you may want to have that conversation with your firm. They have a policy on us running around cutting our commissions or offering something like that. So in some cases, they may offer to share that with you, Selena, or maybe they say, no, you gave that up. So that's coming all out of your pocket, So I say just run it by your firm. Sometimes it might just depend on the mood that day, right? But if they're willing to help you, then by all means. So just always remember it's the firm's commission. If you're giving up any of your money, it's more than likely going to be your split of the firm's commission.
Okay.
But yeah, I think agents, and I agree, sometimes agents, because as you said, sometimes we get awfully petty here near the end. And when you're down to, you're at a $250,000 house and we're squabbling over $200, so if we can each offer to ante up $100 to make this thing go away, or if you want to do it, or yeah. So just make sure that we follow like I said, get with your firm. If it's anything at all to do with the lender's loan, make sure they know so they can properly document it. Deed taxes and fees. Seller shall pay for preparation of the deed and all other documents necessary to perform seller's obligations. They're going to pay for excise taxes and any deferred, discounted, or rollback taxes and local conveyance fees required by laws. The deed is going to be made out to either the buyer, a corporation, LLC, or other business entity, a trust for which the buyer is the beneficiary, any relative of the buyer, and or other. Only when it's other do we insert a name here. Again, this was a big change to our form this year. Evidently, us as brokers, we did not do good in filling in the name. And so they reworded it so we didn't have to fill in the name unless it was something other than 1, 2, 3, or 4. So if you run into another, if it doesn't fall under 1, 2, 3, or 4, then you get to fill in the blank. Otherwise, the forms committee said, leave it blank. I don't know what we were doing wrong, but it was good enough that they had to change the contract for us. So they made it easier for us. Make sure you're putting in those legal names of the buyer at the top though on page 1. So the attorney knows who to write the deed out to. Agreement to pay buyer's expenses. Seller shall pay at settlement X amount toward any of buyer's expenses associated with the purchase price at the discretion of the buyer, their lender, if any, including any FHA, VA inspection costs that the buyer is not permitted to pay. If we don't agree to anything, then we need to put in a dollar amount of 0 here. I think this is what we've been seeing a lot of the last couple of years. But now that we're getting out of that crazy market, we're going to start seeing an amount in there again. Buyer's agents, before you put an amount in there, you need to run it by the lender because different loan products may have different restrictions on how much the seller can pay. So we're going to told to review the FHA VA financing addendum, which we will look at. And there are certain costs that cannot be paid by the buyer. So we're going to address that in the FHA VA financing addendum. Owners Association, seller shall pay any charges by an owner association or management company. We saw that same verbiage in the buyer, similar verbiage in the buyer. The reason we see it in both is because sometimes it's up to the HOA. Sometimes it's written into their rules. Who do they charge? Do they charge the party moving or do they charge the party coming in? So we just cover it by putting it under both. And the HOA will be, or the attorney will be in touch with the HOA to see how they want that handled. Payment of special assessments as it relates to the seller. Seller shall pay in full at settlement all special assessments that are approved prior to settlement, whether they're payable in a lump sum or installments, provided that the amount therefore can be reasonably determined. The payment shall be the final payment between the parties, the seller and the HOA. Some HOAs will say there's a special assessment, or some government will say there's a special assessment due X amount on this day. Some will break it up into like monthly payments or something like that. So that's the future installment. Either way, the seller's going to have to pay what's due in special assessments at settlement as part of their proceeds. So anything that's been approved prior to settlement will be the seller's responsibility. Late listings, penalties. This is referring to delinquent property taxes. So if the seller never paid 2022 taxes, they're responsible for paying those. Negotiated repairs shall be made. Here's that good and workmanlike manner again. And the buyer shall have the right to verify. Home warranty. No home warranty. Buyer may get a 1-year home warranty at a cost not to exceed X amount, which includes sales tax. Seller agrees to pay for it at settlement, or the seller has obtained and will provide a 1-year home warranty. The seller's already gotten 1-year home warranty. That not to exceed, you may not know the exact cost of the home warranty, but if you put in and a number, give yourself some wiggle room for taxes, the seller's only going to be on the hook for the actual amount. They're not going to be on the hook for any number you put in there. So just make sure whatever home warranty company you're using, and y'all be careful, because when you look at the brochure, it tells you an amount, but that amount doesn't include sales tax. So you want to make sure. That one got me. I got to pay sales tax on a transaction one time because it was like $12. It was nothing to get excited about, but you know, it's $12. You know, that's lunch, right? So these days that's lunch. So we live and we learn, you know, but now I started throwing on taxes. So learn from my mistakes and others. Home warranties typically have limitations in condition and coverage, so just refer those specific questions to the home warranty company. And then the last thing under the seller's obligation is seller's breach remedies. We're going to see all that in paragraph 23. So we see what happens if the seller breaches, we see what happens if the buyer breaches. Questions on the seller's obligations. They got more to do than what we realized, don't they? Charges by an owners association. Again, who's responsible for what when we're making that transfer? This is fairly new. They just kind of condensed it all into one handy dandy paragraph for us. What the seller may be responsible for paying, any fees in completing the RPOs, resale certificates, fees required for confirming the seller's account payment on the owners associations, any fees for transferring or updating, any fees that specifically required to be paid by the buyer. Buyer shall pay charges for providing this information, charges for working capital contributions, membership fees or charges for determining restrictive covenant compliance. Again, the attorney is communicating with the HOA to get these fees, to get these transfer fees and all these costs on the settlement statement. So this is pretty much giving the attorney not permission to do so, but kind of give them the go-ahead to do so and know who to pay what unless told otherwise. Here's our prorations and adjustments. Unless otherwise agreed, the following items shall be prorated, with the seller responsible for the prorated amounts of any taxes and dues through the day of settlement. Seller entitled to the amount of prorated rents through the date of settlement, and either adjusted between the parties or paid at settlement. So there's our real property taxes, this year's taxes. If the car is included in the sale, or the boat or the RV is included in the outside bill of sale, I should say, then we're going to share this year's personal property taxes. There's our rent and our HOA dues. So how do we know what items to prorate at closing? The contract spells it out for us. Condition of property, risk of loss. If the property is not in substantially the same or better condition at closing as on the date of this offer, reasonable wear and tear expected, buyer may terminate this contract by written notice delivered to seller. And here's another one: due diligence fee and earnest money deposit shall be refunded to the buyer. If the property is not in such condition, the buyer does not elect to terminate this contract, does not terminate, buyer shall be entitled to receive, in addition to the property, the proceeds of any insurance claim filed by the seller. So we're under contract and the house burns down, let's say. What do? Well, it's not over yet. Buyer's got a choice. They can terminate, get their earnest money and due diligence back, or they can proceed to buy the home, get the seller's proceeds from their insurance company, and rebuild. I have a feeling with this, it really comes down to location, 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 doesn't it? If I were the buyer's agent and our house burned down and the buyer called me and said, what do I do? I'd have them make 2 phone calls. Phone call number 1 is to their attorney, because we need to make sure that they have an understanding of this provision of the contract before they make that decision. I may also have, depending on what the attorney says, I may also have them contact the seller's insurance company, because we know insurance companies, they're not known for their rapid payouts, are they? So the seller may want to, the buyer may want to be in touch with the seller's insurance company to find out more information about the policy or about the claims, so they can make that decision. But they have a choice, you guys.
Should the buyer also contact the loan agent, because technically they applied for a loan for a house, and if it's burnt down, that might affect the terms?
That could affect the terms, absolutely, Selena. So that would be another phone call, because if you want to buy and rebuild, you're right, the lender's financing a house that no longer exists. So they may have to reapply for like a new construction loan, for example, in case the insurance proceeds don't cover, or, major remodeling, depending on if, how much damage to the home there was. So there are a lot of what ifs in that one teeny tiny paragraph, isn't there? So our job, you guys, is to let the buyer know their options in the event this happens, and be the source of the source to get them to various places so they can make that decision to terminate or not. Thank you. I hadn't thought about that. Risk of loss or damage by fire or other casualty prior to closing shall be on the seller. It's still the seller's property, and it is the seller's property until that brand new deed is recorded. The seller needs to, sellers advised not to cancel existing insurance on the property until they've confirmed that that new deed is recorded. On the day of settlement and closing, on that day, I think we like to think that the insurance companies are taking advantage and it's doubly insured. No, on the day of settlement, the seller's policy ends when that deed is recorded. The buyer's policy starts when that deed is recorded. So if the house burns down on the day of settlement, they're going to want to know, the fire marshal is going to determine what time the fire started. The registered deed is going to determine what time that deed is recorded. Those insurance companies are going to want to know that before they know who to proceed with. So listing agents, make sure, guys, I've had several sellers over the year that say, sweet, we're under contract, I can call Geico and cancel my home. Whoa, no. It's still their home until that deed is recorded. It's still their responsibility should something happen. Delay in settlement, we have a 7-day delay built into our offer to purchase and contract. So when it comes to delays, you got a delaying party, the one causing the delay, and then you have the non-delaying party, the party that is being delayed. Let's say, for example, the buyer is the delaying party because we don't have loan approval yet. We're close, but we don't have it yet. Maybe we didn't have enough room for those 3 days before settlement for the closing disclosure. For whatever reason, we don't have final loan approval yet. We're not ready to close. So the buyer is going to be the delay in settlement. The seller is the non-delaying party. With this 7-day delay, in that example, the seller, the non-delaying party, has no choice but to sit still and be patient for 7 days. Fingers crossed, hope this thing works out. If they terminate within those 7 days, they're in breach and they will suffer those consequences of breach. So they sit still, they're patient for 7 days. On day 8, we're still not closed. Now the non-delaying party can choose to terminate or not. One party's in breach, one party is entitled to the remedies of breach. The thing to understand, though, with this 7-day delay, nothing anybody can do except hope that we get whatever it is worked out so we can get closing to happen. Possession, here it is. Again, what does the contract say? Possession, including all means of access to the property, such as keys, for example, shall be delivered upon when? Closing. The buyer's should not be getting the keys at settlement. Yes, we can all sit around and share stories about, we know buyers that did get keys. Some of you may even gotten keys at settlement. Look at y'all smile. What does what does the contract say? We're back to where we started with this, aren't we? The contract says that keys or access to the property shall be delivered upon closing. Buyer's agents, it's okay, nothing's going to happen. Let me just go ahead and give you the key. Promise me you won't go to the house until I call you. What could go wrong?
They could turn into a squatter.
Yeah, they could turn into a squatter. What if that deed never gets recorded? What if they just, well, I know my agent told me not to go to the house, but what can go wrong? I'm going to go anyway. They show up and they fall and they hurt themselves. They're not insured yet because it's not their home. You guys with me? It's still on the sellers. So even if, guys, I've had so many listing agents hand me the key and say, oh, that's fine. No, this key stays right here in my pocket until I get the email from the paralegal that says we are on record. And that's when I give the buyer their new access, the access to their property. We bought this house 3 years ago and I got to wear 2 hats. I got to be a buyer's agent and I got to be a buyer. I was dual. Yes, I represented myself in my transaction. I'm not paying somebody else a commission to help me in a transaction. My husband and I left the attorney's office and I had the key as the buyer's agent. He was like, can we go to the house? I was like, no, not until. So we went to lunch and we went to Home Depot because that's what you do when you buy a house is you go to Home Depot a lot. So we went to lunch and we went to Home Depot and we got the call and then we could go to the house. So even with that key in my pocket, I still kept my buyer's hats on. You guys, please don't put buyer seller in a situation. Don't give access to the property until closing. We may also have the ability to do a buyer possession before closing or a seller possession after closing. So we may have possession at different times when the deed changes hands. Those are a couple forms that we'll look at, talk a little bit about. Or possession has already happened because it's rights of the tenant. So the tenant already lived there. Maybe it's a rent to own situation, or maybe they had the option to purchase. So when possession is going to take place. 14, check all standard addenda that may be a part of this contract, and make sure you attach them. So as we've seen scattered throughout the contract, we have various places. If we have the need arises to use an addenda, the contract lets us know. But now we have this nice little handy dandy checklist to help us make sure that we got all applicable addenda. Check, make sure you have everything. Is it built prior to 78? We need the lead-based paint. Is your buyer getting an FHA loan? We need the FHA financing addendum. Make sure, says, make sure you have all applicable addenda for this transaction. We have a place to identify any attorney or party drafted addenda. So if the attorney or the parties drafted anything. And then we have a blue note, all caps, yelling at us. Under North Carolina law, real estate brokers are not permitted to draft addenda to this contract. So if we have an addenda, if we don't have an addenda, we need to call our party's attorneys to get that drafted. In an assignment, basically with an assignment, all the terms stay the same. The only thing that changes is the names of one of the parties. Any legally binding contract needs to identify whether or not it can or cannot be assigned. This contract may not be assigned without the written consent of all parties, except in connection with a tax-deferred exchange. But if assigned by agreement, this contract shall be binding on the assignee and their heirs and successors. And then on the tail end of that, we discuss this tax-deferred exchange. This is an IRS program for investors. And what the tax-deferred exchange does is the IRS will allow the investor to use the proceeds of the sale of this investment property, take those proceeds and purchase another investment property. And if they do that and follow the rules, they can defer paying capital gain taxes from the property that just sold. So they can defer paying those taxes as long as they're using this money to buy another investment property, this money to buy another investment property. They can keep deferring paying those taxes. If you're an investor or you're working with an investor, get with your accountant to learn more about the tax-deferred exchange. Our contract says, in the event buyer or seller desires to effect the tax deferred exchange in connection with the conveyance of this property. The parties agree to cooperate in effecting such exchange, providing that the exchanging party is the one responsible for all the costs associated with the exchange, and the non-exchanging party shall not assume any additional liability. Again, there are rules. I had a teammate that did a tax deferred exchange once, and I didn't get into all the details with him, but I know one thing he said, like there was a time limit that the investor has to purchase the new investment property. So it's not like it can hang out there forever. Is it 1 year?
180 days.
180 days. So 180 days from the sale of this investment property, you got 180 days to buy the next investment property. Thank you, Nicole. So there are rules, which is why I'm referring you to you or your buyer's accountant to make sure that we follow those rules. So we can, this is a nice program for investors. So make sure we're talking to the people to make sure that our buyer investors can take advantage of this. Parties. This contract shall be a binding upon and sure to the benefit of the buyer and the seller and their respective heirs, successors, and assigns. When do heirs kick in?
When they pass away.
Death is only an out when you're negotiating an offer. Once you're under contract, the party is binding to their heirs. The terms of the contract state the theory behind this, you guys, before the seller or buyer passed away, their intentions to buy or sell were quite clear because we have a signed legally binding contract. Death is only an out when you're negotiating the offer. Once we're under contract, if the parties, and if their heirs can't or won't purchase the property, then they suffer the consequences of breach. They like step in place of that buyer or seller. Boilerplate stuff on this last page. Entire agreement. This contract contains the entire agreement. There's nothing else that could show up. All changes, additions, or deletions must be in writing and signed. Nothing contained here shall alter any agreement between a realtor and any kind of listing agreement or buyer agency agreement. This agreement cannot be recorded without the express written consent of buyer or seller. Again, this just showed up this year because evidently in this crazy seller's market we were in, evidently there were buyers recording the contract to lock the sellers in. So now if they try to sell it to somebody else, the attorney does the search and guess what they find? They find a recorded contract. So they had to add a provision that says you cannot record this contract without the written consent of buyer or seller. People are so clever. I don't know how people get so smart. I'm not that smart to think about stuff like that. So I say good for them, but now they've kind of gotten nipped in the bud a little bit, haven't they? Conduct a transaction. The parties agree that any action between them relating to this transaction contemplated by this contract may be conducted by electronic means, including the signing of this contract by one or more party given notice with our e-commerce email. We talked about the UETA, Uniform Electronics Transactions Act. So letting them know that their e-signature counts as their legally binding signature. This is also addressing any written notice set forth in the notice information below, the acknowledgement of parties. Basically, in just a second, we're going to see on page 15 is 14 or 15 is where the buyers and sellers sign. And technically, that's the end of the contract. Where we see their signature is the end of the contract. The last 2 pages are just our information, notice information, and acknowledgement of receipt of the various monies. So that's that. We'll see that in just a second. This contract may be signed in multiple originals or counterparts, all of which together constitute one of the same. This is probably a problem back in the day before e-signatures, when we're still running around with paper documents. You might have the buyer sign one copy and the seller sign the other. And this is saying it's okay as long as they sign the same document. Computation of days, unless otherwise provided for this contract, a day is a day is a day. When we're talking about contract days, a day is a day is a day. Sunday counts, holidays count. So if I were to say, let's do due diligence 15 days from the effective date, every single day would count in those 15 days. A day is a day is a day. Any reference to date or time shall refer to Eastern Standard Time. It's not where the people are located, it's where the property is located. So when we have these time is of the essence times, if you sign at 6 o'clock in California, it's not count for my due diligence here. We need 5 p.m. due diligence Eastern Standard Time. Questions on any of this? Again, it's just kind of boilerplate stuff, but there's some important stuff in here that we may. Another reason to read this thing once a year, because we're not doing anything on this page. We haven't done anything in a while since we checked these boxes, have we? So our part is so small, you guys, compared to everything else in this contract. All right. Before we talk about remedies and wrap this thing up, let's take our not last break. Let's take a break. We'll come back and we'll finish our offer to purchase and contract. And we're back. How are we doing? Everybody hanging in there with me? I know this isn't the most exciting part about real estate, but y'all knew when you signed up for this industry that we love our forms, right? If not, here you go. Goodness, we love paperwork. Welcome back. So I'm going to take attendance. Let's finish this thing up. We're close on this form. Others to come. Okay, paragraph 23 of remedies. This is another one of these things. Nothing in this provision is new. It was one of those things that was kind of scattered all throughout the contract and you had to find it. So a couple years ago, they gave us a whole provision just on remedies addressing what happens if either party breach. The only concern I had about this new provision was that they stuffed it at the very end. So I fear that it's easy to overlook. I fear that it's easy to forget about. If it were up to me, I wish they would have put it closer to the top so we can see it. It is what it is. So no, near the end of the contract, there's a whole provision about what happens if either party breaches. So let's talk first about breach of buyer, which would be remedies for the seller. In the event of material breach of this contract by the buyer, the seller shall be entitled to the earnest money deposit. Remember, you guys, the buyer's not considered in breach until after due diligence. If they terminate within due diligence, they've exercised their right to terminate. So we're talking now about after due diligence. Seller shall be entitled to any earnest money deposit. The payment of the EMD and the due diligence fee to the seller together serve as the seller's liquidated damages and as the seller's sole and exclusive remedy for that breach. First off, let's talk about this liquidated damages. We talked about this back in chapter 10 when I first met you guys. I guess that was just last week. And we learned that liquidated damages is a money remedy, but it's money that we agree to when we enter into the contract. Don't we negotiate the due diligence fee? Don't we negotiate the earnest money deposit? So together for the buyer's breach, the earnest money and the due diligence serve as the seller's remedy, their liquidated damages, and it's also the seller's sole and exclusive remedy for such breach. In other words, the earnest money deposit and the due diligence fee is all they get. They cannot sue the buyer. They cannot go after the buyer in court for not performing the terms of this contract. All they get are the due diligence and the earnest money. So listing agents, let's think this through. Don't we want to get our money from our sellers? Guys, we are after due diligence. We are awfully close to settlement. What about a scenario where this buyer terminates 2 days before settlement? Or worse yet, the buyer never shows up to settlement. Presumably, by this point in the transaction, by the time the buyer has breached, the seller has to find somewhere else to live, don't they? The buyer's not trying to get a roommate. They got to find somewhere else to live. So either they have a contract to purchase another home or they've signed a lease. And now the buyer's not buying their house. So they may have to break a lease. They may have to break a contract. So listing agents, when these offers come in, this is the conversation you need to have with your seller. If your buyer never shows up to closing, what is the money you need to move on to the next transaction? I think a common question I get is, what about the repairs that the seller did? So the buyer breaches, the seller did repairs. The seller can go back on the market, but they can't go after the buyer for the cost of repairs because presumably, aren't they putting a better product on the market than what they were the first time? They fixed the electrical. Don't they have a better product to offer now? So roll that into the cost of the next listing price. The seller can't go after that buyer. Sole and exclusive remedy are the seller's liquidated damages. Liquidated damages are money damages that we agree to when we enter into the contract, such as earnest money and due diligence. Questions, thoughts?
I have a question about the payment of the agent. So when you have a buyer that, because I'm in that situation now, and you have a buyer that says, okay, I'm in my due diligence period and I want to terminate the contract. So I had a conversation with someone that was telling me, well, technically they owe you a commission. And so
Addie, that's a different conversation. I hate to interrupt you. That's a different conversation for a different day, because that's going to be addressed in our agency agreement. And you're right, our
Okay.
agency agreement says there's a difference in when I earn my commission. I earn my commission when I connect buyer and seller. The truth is we actually get paid when it closes. So whether or not you're entitled, and again, I hate to interrupt you, but that's like getting off topic on a different document.
yeah.
So look with your listing agreement, and then, you know, your firm may need to address that as well, because whose commission is it?
The firms.
It's the firm.
Yeah.
So you can't go
Mhm.
after that party. It would be up to the firm if they did that or not. So get with your bank. And I apologize for interrupting, but you know, this is, just stay on the sales contract between the buyer and
Yeah, that's fine. I just wanted to think through it because it keeps coming up. They have these outs, they can get out, they can get out. And I'm like, okay, but you know, where does
I
that come
still
in?
have a
So,
signed agency. I still have a signed agency agreement says I'm entitled to a commission. That's a totally separate conversation.
Okay.
Can my buyer get out? Sure. Can my seller get out? Sure. I have a different legally binding document say I'm entitled to a commission.
Okay.
Thank you. Breach by the seller. In the event of material breach by the seller, the buyer may elect to terminate this contract as a result of breach and be entitled to both the earnest money and the due diligence. Again, if the seller breaches, if the seller decides not to sell or change their mind, or maybe they have that long lost spouse that says they're not going to show up for settlement and sign. If they cannot convey clear marketable title, then the seller is in breach. And if the seller breaches, the buyer's entitled to get their earnest money and due diligence back, together with the reasonable costs incurred by the buyer during their due diligence process. The buyer could go after the seller not only for earnest money and due diligence, but they could go after for due diligence costs. So if the buyers had the home inspection done, if they had the appraisal done and the survey and the pest inspection, by the seller breaching, they need to make the buyer whole. Think about this. A buyer would have never performed a home inspection on that home had the seller not legally contracted with them. Now the seller's breaking that contract, they owe the buyer that money. So we could go after them for, these are our compensatory damages. Our earnest money due diligence, again, compensatory says we can prove them with receipts. We can prove it with invoices. You can show that you pay for a home inspection on 123 Main Street, right? So we can prove these due diligence costs. So they can elect to terminate and go after money, or they can elect not to terminate, treat this contract remaining in full force, and go to court and seek specific performance. What do we remember about specific performance?
they have to produce the property.
They got to perform as promised. And what's the contract promise them to do? Produce the property. So the buyer has a choice in the event of seller breach. They can go after money, or they can go after the property. They can make the seller perform as they promised. I think we can agree that the consequences for seller breach are much harsher than the consequences for buyer breach. I mean, if the buyer breaches, the seller gets the earnest money in the due diligence, and that's it. If the buyer breaches, they can get money. They could choose to go after the contract. They could sue. Guys, the reason for that, the seller does have much harsher consequences for breach because they're the ones that initiated this whole thing to begin with by putting a for sale sign in their yard. They started this. And now here we are, and they're going, nah, I can't or I won't. They got to suffer those consequences. If they couldn't produce good marketable title, if they didn't really want to, then they shouldn't have offered their product for sale. Does that make sense? The buyer is the unsuspecting one coming in here trying to take the seller up on their offer. So I think we can agree that consequences, like we said, for seller breach are much harsher. And it's because the seller introduced this whole thing to begin with. They initiated this. This attorney's fee, if legal proceedings are brought by buyer or seller against the other to collect any monies, the parties agree that they shall be entitled to recover reasonable fees. Here's your North Carolina general there's 3 North Carolina general statutes in there. Basically, what this is saying is if we have to go to court, if my seller breaches and they're not willing to sit down and write me a check for the money that they owe me, I can take them to court. The buyer can take them to court, excuse me. The buyer will probably win because the judge is going to look at the contract and says, well, it says right here, this is what you're supposed to do. So the buyer will probably win. So not only will the seller have to pay the costs, the seller will also have to pay their attorney's fees and the buyers. So basically the remedy party is not going to have to deal with the attorney's fees. The losing party is going to have to as well. Our buyers and sellers need to understand going into this, that this is a legally binding contract. And you know what? Legally binding contracts have teeth. They bite if you don't treat them right. And this is where our contract spells that out. Again, if this ever winds up in a court, if this transaction ever winds up in a court, this sales contract that you and I helped our buyers and sellers fill out is going to be in as evidence. Do you think you might get a call to go as a witness? Maybe anything's possible, right? You're the one that filled it in. Did you get called? Anything is possible, you guys. What do we think about the remedies? Are they fair? What do we think?
I don't know if this is relevant or not, but in order for them to be in breach, it doesn't specifically have to be this contract. It just have to be like a document conveying that they were going to sell with both parties signing it or something like that.
Are you saying like for the sellers, if maybe there's
Yeah.
more than the spouses that need to sign or something? Is that?
Like I remember we had a different instructor that gave an example where she said like if you were out eating with your friend and he had a property on somewhere where that the area went up and they were like, oh, it's just been sitting there, I don't really need it, and you got him to sign something saying that he would sell it to you, and the day after tomorrow he finds out, wow, that area has gone up in price, I don't want to sell anymore for that. You're still binded even though it wasn't like in that format that you have right here.
Yeah, and I think with that synopsis, I mean, we could agree with that because each party is responsible for knowing what it is they're doing, knowing what they're buying or selling. So, now the agent could get in trouble for not disclosing a material fact, right? The seller might be able to go after their listing agent if they knew that this proposal was going to affect the values of the property. That could be omission of a material fact. So there could be a lot of what ifs, but yeah, if you go into this contract without all the information, that's not going to be a remedy for breach.
Okay.
So, and it blows my mind, you guys, how many people don't read this, like buyers and sellers, y'all, they don't read. They're relying on me and you to know this so we can help them with this. So, Selena, you and I having conversations and letting the seller know, this is your obligations, buyer, this is what you're supposed to do, having these conversations. It's help protecting both parties in this transaction. And it's sufficing that there need not to read. I appreciate that they trust us so much, but this is a heck of a price tag, isn't it? Consider this, you guys. You want to hear my horror story in sales? This is it. This was my bad day. I woke up one morning thinking I was going to settlement. My buyers called me 3 hours before settlement and said, we're not coming. And I'm a little naive. I know this about myself. And I said, oh, okay, we can delay it. When can y'all close? And he said, Julie, we're not going to buy this house. 3 hours before settlement. Sellers moved out the night before. What do you do? What can you do? According to this, what did the sellers get? What did all the sellers got was the earnest money and the due diligence, and that was it. I went to my BIC. I said, I want to go after commission because let's just say I was fit to be tied. Said, I want to go after my commission and the firm's policy, and they didn't get into all that. I'm not either, but long story short, they didn't go after the commission. I did get back out with these buyers a couple days later. Some say they got cold feet. I think they just didn't want that house. I did get out with them a few days later. Looking again, we found another property, went into contract, and we did close. So I eventually did get something, which is pretty much what my BIC had me simmer down about. Because I, understandably, right? I woke up that morning thinking I was going to closing. Y'all want to know the worst part of that story? Like, that's not the worst part of that story. The worst part of that story is when I got that phone call, I was with a brand new agent. She just got her license last week, and we were out previewing properties. And she's hearing she swears to this day I handled myself well. I don't rightly recall that, but she says on her end, she said, you did so good. I'm like, okay. Guys, you can't make them. You can't make them. What am I going to do? Hog time and put them in the trunk of my car and drive them to the attorney's office? If they're not willing to go, you can't make them. And then they're going to say, well, I'm not going to close. What happens? It's right here. Like we said at the beginning of this class, what does the contract say? And that's what we need to refer to. It wasn't a good day. I ended up having a liquid lunch that day because I didn't know what else to do. It was a bad day. But you know what? You pick yourself up, you dust yourself off, and you move on. And we did. And now the home they bought, they love.
Do you remember how much earnest money they put down?
I don't.
Okay,
I
because
need
I
to
was
go
gonna
back
say
and
a
look.
lot of times they're not willing to let go of that earnest money.
And in that case, Selena, because it was 3 hours prior to settlement, even the attorney charged them their fee because they had done the paperwork. They had printed all that stuff out. It was ready to go. And that's the only time I've heard of an attorney charging. And I told my buyer, I said, you're not getting your earnest money. You're not getting your due diligence. I have no idea if the buyer's agent's firm will come after us or not. I don't know about the attorney. He said, I'll do whatever. I'm not buying that house. I said, yes, sir. What else can you say? Hung up the phone and cried a little bit. You know, it was a tough day. Laura, did you have a?
No, just
It happens, you guys. I can't make anybody close. We can tell them the consequences. We can tell them what happens if you choose not to. They have that decision to make. It's tough. It happens. I wish I could tell you all they're all going to close. I'm not going to lie to you, though. Refer to your BIC, refer to your listing agreements, refer to your firm. On to the next. Let's see. The offer shall become binding upon the effective date Unless specifically provided otherwise, buyer's failure to timely deliver their fees or deposits or other payments shall not prevent this offer from becoming a binding contract. Again, if the earnest money or the due diligence are late or dishonored, we're going to enact that policy on the top of page 2. So it says seller provides written notice, in which case buyer has 1 banking day to deliver. Buyer signs on the left, seller signs on the right. I got a place for 2 buyers, 2 individual buyers and 2 individual sellers. We also have a space if it's an entity like a corporation or LLC. You have to have somebody signing on behalf of that corporation or LLC. If you have more than 2 buyers or sellers, then we have an additional signatures addendum. All sellers that need to sign that deed to convey it need to sign the offer to purchase and contract, and their spouses. So if we have more than 2, we use our additional signatures addendum. Same thing with buyer. All buyers that are going to buy, they're going to be part, the lender may require, if you have like a co-signer, for example, the lender may require the co-signer to be on the deed as well. So anybody that is relevant that we need them signing the offer to purchase and contract. As mentioned earlier, this is technically where the contract ends. Where the parties sign it is where it ends. The last 2 pages are just supplemental. They're there to help us through the transaction. Or the last 3 pages. So here's our wire fraud warning. We see this in both listing agreement and buyer's agency agreement. You know, basically, guys, we need to be looking our clients in the eyeball and telling them that we will not email wire transfer instructions and then don't. When it comes to getting wire transfer instructions, they need to be calling the attorney directly. Don't you get involved in that. Let them call the attorney directly. Don't tell them not to trust an email that includes wire transfer instructions. If you get an email from me with wire transfer instructions, I need to know because I've been hacked. So make sure they understand we have that conversation. Protect, guys. This has gotten really big, really fast in real estate. Money gets intercepted. Either it never makes it to the attorney, the buyers can't buy, or the sellers don't get their proceeds. So protect your clients. Make sure they see this. Again, all bold, they're yelling at us. Then we have our notice information. This is how we want notice. Notice of acceptance of the offer, for example. How are we going to communicate acceptance? Notice on how we're going to communicate throughout the transaction. There's several different schools of thought about whether or not you include the buyer and the seller's contact information. Your firm may have a policy. Some may not want their buyers and sellers contact information on the contract because that gives their contact information to the other agent, and you may not want to share that. You may just want to put NAs in. Again, get with your firm because they very well may have a policy on how you'd like to fill in this piece of it. The confirmation of agency notice address, we need to fill this in because this is the only place that you and I belong on the offer to purchase and contract. And we're only down here on how we want to be communicated with, how we want to be notified. So buyer on the left, seller on the right. Buyers, you got your selling firm, and we're going to identify the role of the firm. The firm is acting as the buyer's agent, seller sub-agent, or dual agent. Firm's license number and mailing address. Then you put your name. If you're a designated dual agent, you check that box. You need your license number and any contact information. And then we go through that same little exercise on the right for the listing firm. Are they playing the role as a seller's agent or a dual agent? Who is the individual listing agent? Are they acting as a designated dual agent? License number and contact information. And then the last page, again, just a supplement, is receipts, acknowledgement of receipts of money. So basically, when due diligence and earnest money changes hands, we need confirmation that they've received it. So the listing agent's going to acknowledge that they've received the due diligence. The listing agent delivers it to the seller. They acknowledge that they've received it. Can we all agree that in your hand and on its way are 2 totally different things, you guys? Don't sign that you've received it until it is in your hand. There have been cases where due diligence goes missing. They pull this form out. They see the listing agent signed it. They called the listing agent and said, hey, where's that dude? Well, they said they were going to drop it off after lunch, but they never did. Well, then why did you sign acknowledging that you received it? In your hand and on its way are two totally different things. Everybody hear me? So don't sign it till you have it. You get it, you deliver it to your sellers and they sign it. The escrow agent is going to sign acknowledging the initial earnest money deposit, if any. The escrow agent will also sign acknowledging additional earnest money deposit. You may remember the additional earnest money deposit is a time is of the essence, which is a drop dead date and time. We say this date on 5 p.m. So because of that, with additional earnest money, we need to specify exactly when it was delivered to make sure we're within that time is of the essence. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is your 17-page, it was 16 until July, 17-page offer to purchase and contract. Y'all want to hear something funny? I bought my little condo in 2006. What year is it now? So was that 17 years ago I bought my condo? Our offer to purchase and contract was 8 pages. See how much we've grown? Every time there's a lawsuit, every time there's a court case, there's a good chance that the result is going to give us something new in our offer to purchase and contract. And on it goes. Questions, comments?
I just have to share, my fund leases are about 50 something pages.
Oh, this
They
is
can-
nothing compared to
They can
that.
go higher, they can go, it's like.
Yeah, yeah, I bet.
So I look at these and I'm like, oh my God, I mean, they're complex, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to like,
But on the other hand, you're going, aw.
yeah. But it's still, there's still a lot of information and,
It is.
it gets confusing.
It does. It does. You guys, my Bic, well, my former Bic, he used to drive me nuts. I was the agent. I wasn't a really good agent. I was the agent that went charging in his office when I had a problem. Like he didn't hear nothing from me until it was a problem. And that's when I was busting up in there. And, he always asked me 2 things. He told me to breathe. And then he always asked me 2 things. First off, who do we represent? Because that may matter how we answer some things, right? Whose best interest do we have in this transaction? And the second question he always asked me, what does the contract say? Because that's the legally binding piece of it.
Will we have a study guide or something before the test, or could you give an example of what they might ask in reference to the contract, like how it may be formatted or something similar?
And we're gonna work really hard, Selena, to have time to do a review Thursday night. But
Okay.
and I think that review is also in the online learning system. So if you can't wait till Thursday, you can, poke. I think it's under the review category, so you can poke around and find that. But you are going to have some questions from the contract, and I'd say they're the bigger provisions. I'd say they're the more like, due diligence and earnest money and contract formation and that kind of thing. They're not going to specifically ask you, which box do you check for the manufacturer? They're not going to get like nitpicky and nitty gritty on it. Just kind of the big picture, the big focus. But we're in good shape, you guys. So as long as we keep going, we're in really good shape to do a review Thursday night. So keep that in mind tomorrow and Thursday as we think about wrapping this up.
Hey, Julie, is it safe to say that with respect to buyers receiving a refund on their earnest money and due diligence fee would be government compliance, condition of property, and seller breach? Are those the main 3?
That I could, yeah, I'd have to sit down and really think, but I'd have to go through it and look at it with that question in mind. But yeah, RPOs, government of compliance, what else did we say? Seller breach. Let me ask you guys this. How many of you have read this thing word for word prior to tonight? A few of you? Good. That's good. That's good. How many of you, this is going to be the last time you read this thing word for word? Good, good, good. I'd say this in our two agency agreements, if you're in sales, the listing agreement, the buyer's agency agreement, these are the ones, this is what connects buyer and seller. Agency agreements are what gets us paid. Was this helpful to go through it? I think so. As often as I see this thing, I almost always see something or think something or hear something from you guys. It makes me go, ah. It's hard to cover every single transaction. And if you have a transaction that doesn't apply to this contract, then we got to get an attorney involved. We have two other contracts that we're going to talk about tomorrow night. There's an offer to purchase and contract for vacant lot and land. There's also an offer to purchase and contract for new construction. So we'll look at those tomorrow night. I know we're a little early, but I say we go ahead and take our last break. It'll get us positioned for the last hour. We're going to talk. I'm kind of done with forms tonight. You guys done with forms for the night? So we're going to talk about some earnest money. We're going to see what other things we can talk about. And then tomorrow we got another big forms. This was form night. Tomorrow night will be forms night. So let's go ahead and take 10 and then we'll talk about some earnest money. And we're back. I'm going to take attendance. Oh, Laura, I got you. You're in. Oh, Addie, I got you. You're in. Let's go back to PowerPoint. Again, no, we have some forms to look forward to tomorrow night. So just as a recap, this is where we left off. We said we're going to do this line by line review of our offer to purchasing contracts, the specific standard form 2T. Make a note in your manuals, starting on page 330, those provisions that we just talked about, the contract, you can get it spelled out and better detailed in your manual. So again, if you're in practice and not sure what a provision's saying or what goes in a blank, then you have references, you have resources. The contract also comes with guidelines for completing. So one thing we didn't gloss over it, but we didn't spend a lot of time talking about it, and we need to have a little better understanding, is talking about this earnest money deposit, not due diligence, but specifically about our earnest money deposit. Like due diligence, the earnest money deposit is completely negotiable, which means it's entirely up to the parties how much earnest money and due diligence we have down. I think I told you guys the other week that the commission is very helpful when it comes to this. They tell us whatever the buyer is willing to offer and the seller is willing to accept. Well, gee, that helps us, doesn't it? Guys, a lot of it depends on the market. A lot of it depends on the transaction. It may depend on the area. It's our job to help educate and school the buyers about what they need to consider to get this property. If it's a highly competitive property where we're going to have multiple offers, then we may need to up our earnest money game. If it's been on the market for 3 years, maybe we can have it down a bit, right? What do we say at the start? It depends. But it's my job to help educate my buyers on the process so they can get the property that they want. So it's not essential for contract formation. Again, it's completely negotiable. So if the buyer offers 0 and the seller accepts 0, we have a legally binding contract with no earnest money because that's what the parties agreed to. The whole purpose of the earnest money is to show the buyer's good faith. The seller wants to know that the buyer is serious. Again, they got to find somewhere else to live. They got to line up movers. They got to get somebody to get them out. They got to find somewhere to go after this. There's a lot going on the seller side. And so they want to know that this buyer is serious and they're not just out there kicking tires. Sellers also want to know that buyers have a little bit of extra money laying around too, just in case. What about other inspections or anything they want to investigate? And remember that earnest money deposit, along with the due diligence fee, DDF, due diligence fee, is the seller's sole and exclusive remedy. The two together are the seller's liquidated damages that we talked about in chapter 10. The contract tells us it is due within 5 days of the effective date. I don't know why you get 5 days for earnest money and you don't for due diligence. I don't have the answer for that. But what I do know is what the contract says. And the contract says that the earnest money is due within 5 days of the effective date. The escrow agent needs to deposit the earnest money deposit within 3 banking days of receipt or contract formation, whichever one happens first. This is referring to a scenario when we are still in the throes of negotiations. A contract has not been formed, and you are negotiating on behalf of your buyer. And at some point, your buyer hands you their earnest money check and says, "Can you hang on to this for me until we work these negotiations out?" The buyer doesn't owe any money until a contract is formed. So when we're in the throes of negotiations and they hand you that earnest money, we're not going to run and put it in the bank until we have contract formation. That starts the 3-day clock. The other option here, contract formation, you get the earnest money deposit, you got 3 days to get it in the bank. So that's what we mean. And your firm may have policies about handling that, how they want that handled. This is just specific to the commission rule. A full broker, if I may word that differently, a non-provisional broker can hang on to earnest money deposit during negotiations. You guys, PBs, you cannot walk around with somebody else's money. Provisional brokers, it's like the few things you can't do. Provisional brokers, if you're handed an earnest money deposit and asked to hang on to this while we're negotiating the offer, you need to get it to your BIC as soon as possible. You cannot walk around with somebody else's money. If you're asked to hold that earnest money during negotiations and the contract never happens, then we need to get it back to our buyer or destroy it as per their instructions. You want to write void on it? You want to take a video of it going in the shredder? We're going to void it out. We're going to not, we don't deposit it until and if a contract is formed. So again, if we're holding earnest money, full brokers are holding earnest money, and that offer never becomes a contract, then we need to get it back to the buyer. Questions on that? I don't know that that happens often. I had a case a couple years ago. Buyer came up, I think it was Florida actually, came up from Florida. He was here for the week. He was here Monday through Friday. We spent the week looking at properties. When he was getting on the plane, he had picked the one and I was writing his offer. He knew he was getting on a plane. He knew he had to get something under contract. So he went ahead and gave me his earnest money deposit. So we could, when the contract was formed, I had it. By the time he landed, I got him to sign it. We got him under contract. The contract was formed and the escrow agent deposited it. I think, Richard, you shared with us last week that you had to overnight yours. So that might be another option if you're not comfortable walking around with somebody else's money in the due diligence as well. And we don't even know that those amounts are going to be accepted, right? So my guy and I felt really good about his earnest money deposit. He felt comfortable leaving me with the check. But you may have the other option of just telling your buyer, you're not here. I can't drive and meet you somewhere tomorrow. So if we go under contract, I'm going to need you to overnight that money so we can get it delivered, specifically the due diligence that is due by the effective date. We talked about, just to kind of reiterate, what happens if the seller breaches. I mean, the buyer can collect money. They got choices. They can collect money. They can sue for specific performance. If your buyer's not sure how they want to proceed, have them talk to their attorney. Their attorney can weigh out their options and advise them on which route would be better. If your buyer terminates within the due diligence period, they're not in breach. They've exercised that right to terminate. That's what they paid for, is that right to terminate. So if your buyer terminates within due diligence, the seller is going to keep the due diligence fee. That's what they paid for. But within due diligence, the buyer will get their earnest money back. Again, 5 p.m. is that drop dead date. We have to have notice of termination to the seller within 5 p.m. on that drop dead date and time. After due diligence, now your buyer is in breach. The seller will still keep the due diligence fee, but now they will also get the earnest money deposit. And as we saw, that is their sole and exclusive remedy. No more doom and gloom. What happens if this thing actually makes it to closing? The earnest money and the due diligence will be credited back to the buyer. If we make it to closing, we can almost think of these as down payments. They paid that money up front. That's that much less they have to bring to settlement. Tell your buyer, If we get to closing, this earnest money and due diligence will be credited back to you at closing. And remember, the due diligence will be a debit to the seller at closing. So earnest money, due diligence, credit to the buyer. Due diligence is a debit to the seller. Everybody good with that? What happens when? As we said, you guys can't walk around with somebody else's money. You must deliver that immediately to your big, let them hang on to it. That's why they get paid the big bucks. Full brokers have the option to. But guys, bottom line, when somebody else's money is in your possession, you're responsible for it. So no matter what your status is, I suggest getting it to where it needs to go. Get it delivered, get it to where it needs to go, get it out of your possession to the proper place, of course. The escrow agent, I don't think we're dealing with this much anymore, but the escrow agent may allow cash for earnest money. If earnest money is in cash, then we're going to get that in the bank, whether or not we're under contract or not, because cash is readily available. So if you give me cash, this offer never becomes a contract. We can write you a check all in one day. Cash is a lot more risky than a check. Yes. So if cash is ever handed, if the escrow agent allows cash, get it in the bank within 3 days. We can turn around and write it back out tomorrow. We don't have to wait for it to clear the funds, to clear that account. There's a commission rule. Well, there's several commission rules that address earnest money. Now, you don't necessarily need another rule. I just put it here for reference. But most earnest money things can be found under Commission Rule 58A.0116. And this specific commission rule addresses handling of trust money. We can accept money designated for others. So now we're talking about the due diligence, for example. The due diligence is the property of the sellers. You and I can touch it because we're playing delivery man. Again, get it delivered, get it to where it needs to go. But we can serve, we can act as delivery and get it between the parties. And oftentimes the buyers give it to their agent, buyer's agent gives it to listing agent takes it to seller. So it's not uncommon for the due diligence to touch several hands to get to where it needs to go. When it comes to this money in our possession, we have got to follow the directions of our buyer. So let's say we go under contract tonight. Why not? We go under contract tonight when we log out of class. And you meet up with your buyer in the morning. Maybe you just meet them at the bank. Say, what time you go to the bank? I'll meet you there at 9. So you're sitting in the bank parking lot waiting on them to run in and get due diligence and earnest money. They hand you the checks. You're on your way to deliver them. You're on your way to take them to where they need to go. And the buyer calls you and says, don't deliver that due diligence fee. Don't deliver the earnest money deposit. Commission rule says that we need to follow their directions. It's not my money to make a decision about what happens to it. I am simply playing courier. And if the buyer calls me and says, do not deliver that money, I'm going to say, now, you know, this could be an out for the seller. If it's late, may provide written notice. You have 1 banking day, top of page 2. I'm going to tell them all that. But if they still insist that I don't deliver it, I've got to follow their instructions. It's not my money to decide what to do with. Once you've delivered it, it's out of your control. So if they call you after you've delivered it to the listing firm or the escrow agent, nothing I can do about it then. This is only when it's still in my possession. I've got to follow their instructions. Another commission rule addresses disputed earnest money. I think we mentioned this last week when we were looking at our offer to purchase and contract. If this contract terminates for any reason, regardless of it's within due diligence or outside of due diligence, no matter when it terminates, the parties have to agree to release the earnest money deposit to the appropriate party, to the one that's going to get it, may that be buyer or seller. If either party doesn't agree to release it, in other words, if they don't sign the form agreeing to release it, then the earnest money is considered in dispute. The escrow agent has no authority to release it without permission from the parties. Again, it's not their money, it's somebody else's money. So if it's in dispute, they can't just make a decision on their behalf. The escrow agent can make a couple attempts to connect with the parties, try to get them to release it. But bottom line, after X amount of time, the escrow agent has the option of turning the earnest money over to the clerk courts and letting the two of them go downtown and hash it out in front of a magistrate. They're going to look at the contract. The contract's going to tell them what to do with the earnest money. They're just going to end up wasting everybody's time. Like I said, you guys, nobody likes to terminate. And it's been my experience, if we have to terminate today, nobody's happy. Nobody's happy. I'm not signing nothing. All right, let everybody sleep on it. Things tend to look better in the light of day, right? So let everybody breathe and sleep on it. Try to have this conversation again tomorrow. If they're still not going to release it, then we let them know what's going to happen. Remind them what the contract says. Usually it's the party that stands to lose the earnest money is the one that's digging their heels in and not wanting to sign. So we need to remind them what the contract says, and we need to point out that provision that says that you could also be on the hook for the other party's attorney fees as well. So not only are you going to lose that earnest money that you're digging your heels in not to release, but now you get to pay both attorney's fees, both court costs. Questions or comments on the earnest money deposit? And that was all. That was within those pages. We said what, 330 to 355. So that was all spelled out. Where are we? 333. Yeah. So 333 to 338 is pretty much everything we need to know about the earnest money. The next little section, still in chapter 11, moving right on, page 357, is some basic sales contract procedures. So in this section, we're going to talk about submitting offers to a seller, both what the real estate commission says and what NCAR says, and how we know what to do. We're going to talk about handling multiple offers. It might seem kind of dated, but this has always been in post licensing. It just came relevant the last couple of years where everything was a multiple offer. And then we're going to review some offer modifications and counter offers in this section. So as a nice refresher, to create a valid real estate contract, I must have two things. What are those two things, those two pieces we need, that magic moment in time of being an offer to a contract? First thing we need is what? Yeah.
Communication.
I need communication. Before I get communication, I need
Acceptance.
acceptance. That's it, Tina, you got it. So we first need acceptance. I need the last offeree to accept. Once the last offeree accepts, then we need that communication of acceptance to go back to the offeror. The person making the offer has got to know that their offer has been accepted. So the last offeree signs, and then we have communication of that acceptance Remember the roles, you guys. The offeror is the person making the offer. The offeree is the person receiving the offer. Please don't get bogged down with buyer and seller. There's a party making the offer. There's a party receiving the offer. We've discussed, and we'll see again in just a second, that the roles reverse in a counter offer. So if you get it in your mind that the offeror is always the buyer, you're going to be in a thing when the counter offer comes in and those roles reverse. Also, it is perfectly acceptable for a seller to make an offer to a buyer. There's no rule that says the buyer is the only one that can make the offer to the seller. The seller may make the offer to sell to the buyer. So when we talk about offeror and offeree, it is not about buyer and seller. It's about one party giving the offer and the other party receiving the offer. As we said, you throw in a counter offer and those roles reverse. So let's look at our line, our contract communication line. And we got agents involved. So on one side of the line, you have for the buyer. In this example, we're going to have the buyer being the offeror. They're going to be making the offer to the seller. Then on the other side, you have the seller with their agent. You have the seller as the offeree, they're the receivee. So if we run through this scenario, the buyer, via the help of their agent, makes an offer to the seller. The seller, as the receivee, has three choices. What is the offeree's three choices?
Accept,
Accept,
reject, or counter.
or counter. So thank you. So we have, and it's coming in the chat too. You guys are quick. She says, I'm finishing this. So we have, three options. Anytime anybody receives an offer on anything, they have three choices. They can accept it. If you accept it, you're agreeing to, and this is important, you're agreeing to all of the terms exactly how they are. Pretty definite words there, aren't they? You agree to all of the terms exactly. Any change is not acceptance. So acceptance, we're agreeing to everything exactly how it is. Rejection, once you reject an offer, it's dead on the table. There is no reviving that offer. Or your third option is to counter offer. A counter offer is a rejection with a but. Understand that. A counter offer is a rejection. So in a counter offer, because the seller in this case has rejected the buyer's offer, the seller is countered with a brand new offer on their own. I'm good with all these terms, but purchase price, I don't want to pay for a home warranty, and I don't want to pay any seller pay closing costs. We can check off all the other boxes, but we don't have full acceptance, do we? When we counter and those roles reverse, is the buyer or the seller, is anybody bound to anything in a counter offer? No. No, so those roles reverse. Now the seller is making an offer, in this case, to the buyer. The seller becomes the offeror, the buyer becomes the offeree. Let's rattle this off together. Now the buyer is the offeree has three choices. They can accept it, reject it, or counter it. If we counter again, the roles reverse. If we counter again, the roles reverse. Every time we counter, those roles reverse, and the offeree always has three choices. Hopefully each counter gets us closer and closer. Presumably the seller's up here and the buyer starts down here, and we counter and we counter and we counter, and now we're like here, and now we're hashing. Selena, you want to hash it out over $200 again, right? We're down to something like so smart. We've worked through all the 16 and a half other pages of the contract. Now we're just down to this one. At some point, the last offeree either has to accept it or reject it. That's the only way to stop countering. we get here and the last party either says yay or nay. We either make it happen or we don't. So let's say in this case, we had our counter offer. So the buyer accepts. In the real world, we're going to verify that it's been signed. They're going to call you and they're going to say, yeah, this sounds good. I accept it. And you're going to say, great. I need you to sign this, because guys, always remember, if you got verbal, you got nothing. So get this thing in writing. Once you know this is in writing, the buyer calls their agent and says, I've accepted, I've signed. When the buyer calls their agent, did that communication cross the line? Did it cross the line? We're still all on the same side of the communication, contract communication line, aren't we? So when the buyer calls their agent, we're still over here on this side of the line. Now the buyer's agent calls the listing agent and says, we've accepted. Did that just cross the line? And the listing agent is going to say, is it signed? Knee-jerk reaction. When that other agent calls you and says, my guy's a sign, I'm in the car, and I promise as soon as I get to where I'm going, I'll send you the email. And you're going to say, but did they sign it? Because if you got verbal, you got nothing. Yeah, they signed. Yes, Julie, they signed. Awesome. I look forward to getting your email later today. Listing agent, your next step, as soon as you hang up the phone, get your seller on the phone and tell them the good news. Because once that communication crosses the line, when it comes to communicating acceptance of an offer, we can stand in place of our clients. So once, in this case, the buyer's agent notifies the seller's agent that we've accepted, we verify that it's been signed. Congratulations, everybody. We're under contract. Now we just need to fill the seller in on the good news. I suggest for your exam, because you're going to have a question that's like this long, and there's going to be some counters. And in the end, we need to know who the last offeree is. And we need to know who the last offeror is to get that communication of acceptance. So consider the contract communication wall, as I call it. I need a better name for it, but it serves its purpose, right? And we can see it walk back and forth, especially when they start throwing counter offers at you, because we need to know where it needs to end. The other thing I want you to make a note of, to pay attention to on your exam, I only need communication of acceptance to cross the line the first time. Everything else is a follow-up. So if it says, for example, I emailed you and then I texted you, which one put us under contract? And you can show me which one put us under contract. Number one. That's what put us under contract. The text was just me following up. Everybody good with that? Communication just has to cross the line once. Questions on this?
Yeah, what if the seller's agent, I don't remember seeing a time frame on to communicate to the actual seller. Is there anything in reference to that?
We have a commission rule that says we have a duty to deliver offers to our sellers within 3 days. There's nothing specific about communicating acceptance. You know, I would say sooner rather than later. But yeah, there's no specific timeline on when we need to call the seller and tell them the good news. There should be. That's a great point. You think that there should be, because I guess people get busy and forget. But they're gonna want to know. That's a great point. Yeah, but that's the only commission rule we have is about we deliver. We'll see this in a second. We deliver offers immediately, but no event later than 3 days to our sellers. And I'm kind of like, why is it taking you 3 days to deliver an offer to a seller? But I'm sure there's a good reason. I mean, it's 2023. Is it taking you 3 days to send an email with a PDF attachment? So I feel like that should be tightened up a little bit. It used to be 5. Now it's 3.
In reference to the agent calling the other agent, has there been any scenarios where the buyer's agent calls the seller's agent and says, yeah, they signed, because that's what they were communicated from their buyer, but then they never received the documents? Like, what happens in a case like that? Are they under contract even though?
Yeah. Because all we need is communication of acceptance. I'm not delivering the instrument. I'm communicating acceptance. So you get back to your office, Selena, and you realize that your buyers lie sometimes too, right? Sellers lie, buyers lie sometimes, and you realize they didn't sign it. You got to get on the phone with your buyer. If they never ever touch it or anything, if you don't have a document. And it might be you may make a practice that you know, asking your buyers one thing, but I actually want to see it. I have a feeling if you get burned on something like that once, then you may change your practice a little bit. But again, I think if we can kind of set those expectations up front, like when the buyer finds the home that they want to make the offer on, this is like the next stage. You know, prior to this point, we've just been driving around looking at pretty houses together. So now they have one they want to make an offer on, and the game has changed a little bit. So we may need to kind of, okay, this is what's going to happen. You know, once you sign it, I communicate and you're under. And I think if we can kind of communicate and kind of set those expectations up front, then they'll understand going into it what I need from them to form that contract. Have there been cases where things aren't signed and people said there are? Have there been cases where documents have never been delivered? I don't doubt there haven't been. So how that's addressed might be, you know, with the firm, with the attorney, you know, but you, like I said, you may want to verify if you can, you know, if buyers are e-signing it, it should be in your dot loop. You should be able to pull over on the side of the road and see an email that says Smith has signed 2T. You know what I'm saying? That kind of thing. So you should get that notification.
Is
So-
verbal communication acceptable there?
Yes, any form of communication that the parties agree to. Because remember, I'm going to go back for a second. All we're doing is communicating that it's been signed. I'm not delivering the document. I'm just letting you know, hey, Carol, my guys have signed it. Thus, that communication crosses the line, and we have that contract. The next step is for me to get it to you.
So I have a question. In
Mhm.
reality, if you're the buyer agent and you're about to present an offer, you've completed this 17-page document with the
Plus
very
my addenda. Uh-huh.
yeah, and the addendum. And I'm just curious to there's sections in there that are seller responsibility, like, you know, the fuel tank and things like that. How are you filling that information out as the buyer agent?
Some of that we can get, some of that seller representation stuff is straight in MLS. So MLS tells us, like, the listing, that's a required field for the listing agent to put in how long the seller owned the property. So some of that we can get, some of that we can get from our seller disclosures. So they may have like the HOA company and the RPOs, for example, the Owners Association disclosure statement. Maybe the listing agent with the fuel tank may put something like agent only in. We may have to pick up the phone and call the listing agent and say, hey, I'm helping my buyer write an offer for your listing on 123 Main Street. Are there any fuel tanks? Because we are not privy, buyer's agents aren't privy to the listing agreement, are we? We're not privy to that conversation between the seller and their agent.
But my question is, in reality, the timing of all this. I mean, is it ever that you're just going back and forth with a verbal offer, and then you sit down and fill out all the 17 pages once you're getting close?
Usually, I mean, in reality, verbal offers don't go far. So, you know, maybe if the timing, if we're pressed for time, because it's one of those properties that's been on the market for like 12 hours and you may not have time to call the listing agent, it might be, Laura, that we have to fill it in as we're negotiating. You know what I'm saying? We may not be able to have a complete just yet. It might be you have no idea fuel tank exists until you get your counter offer. And now they're providing you that information. So I think, though, in practice, most of the times, not all the times, but I think in practice, most of the time that information is available to us. That's how one way we can communicate in MLS. But I know these last couple of years, timing has been challenging in many aspects. And I fear one thing with the little bit of time we've had in the last few years, it hasn't negated my duties and responsibilities to, you know, get this information for my buyer, help them properly complete the contract, you know, no matter how swift the market is moving. So I'd say most of the time it's available. And if not, we'll just do the very best that we can. And it might be you present the offer and say, didn't know about fuel tanks, but this is the rest of it. Let me know. You know, like address the fact that you didn't know to fill that in.
Could you look up the record of, I guess, the deed record, and would it be there for from like the previous?
Would what be in the deed?
If there was a fuel tank or
Mm-mm.
any of that?
Mm-mm. You might be able to look at a previous MLS and see if they
Okay.
mention anything, but that may not necessarily tell me where I am today.
Okay.
I don't know
So if
that
you don't feel,
public
if
records
you,
would be anywhere. Yeah, Carol, I'm
if
sorry.
you don't fill it in, and then let's say like the seller signs it and they don't fill it in either, like what
Now we got to
happens?
so now, and that's where the listing agent needs to make sure they review it before they send it to their seller. The buyer's agent needs to make sure they review it, make sure it's all filled in. And again, if I'm not filling something in because I don't know, I'm going to let you know. You know, I had to get my offer in by your timeline. You gave me a timeline of 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, and here it is at 8:55. I got to get this in. I'll address and guys, I'm trying to think. I have never not had the information I need to submit an offer. So it's there. We just may have to, you know, dig around for it a little bit. But you're right. If we sign in the fuel tanks and we have nothing in agreement for the parties and they don't have much of a leg to stand on. So MLS is very helpful. Read those agent only remarks. Look at the addenda, look at the attachments, I should say. Look at that information. It's there for a reason. Some stuff we can get straight from the R codes. There's a make a note, page 357. There's kind of a key points about the offer. I like bullet points, simplify things, keep things nice and sweet. So you may want to look at that. Another thing to discuss about the offer, offers are revocable. What do I mean by that? The offeror is the person making the offer. They are free to revoke their offer at any time prior to acceptance. Once that offer is out there, they have the right to take it back until we have acceptance. And that includes if the offeror has put an expiration date on it. So let's say I present an offer to you tonight, and I say this offer is good until 5 p.m. tomorrow. We're going to look at the form tomorrow night on where we can put an expiration date on an offer. So we will see that. But if I put an expiration date on my offer and I wake up in the morning and say, no, I changed my mind, as long as I don't have acceptance, the offeror is free to revoke their offer at any time prior to acceptance.
Under due diligence, is the offerer, the offerer is not able to revoke the contract under it's only the offeree, right, that can revoke it?
We're not under contract at this point. We're still
Okay.
negotiating. We're still dealing with the offer. Once we're under contract, we're locked in.
Okay.
So this is the process of getting us locked in.
Okay.
Yeah, once we're under contract, we don't have an offer or an offeree anymore. We got a buyer and a seller. The parties, I should say.
And is it any time before just acceptance or any time before like acceptance and communication?
Just before acceptance. So just before you have acceptance, it could come down to a date timestamp now, right? If it goes wrong, it could come down to what time did you sign that? What time did you receive that revocation? So the offers made, considered. Remember, we talked about our mutual assent, our meeting of the minds. The two parties have to come together and agree that they want to enter into this contract together under these specific terms. So the offer's been made, considered, and it's eventually accepted. Accepted meaning it's been signed, like we've been saying. If you got verbal, you got nothing. We're in the real world, so you need to verify, especially if this communication of acceptance is coming over the phone or text or something like that. In other words, when you don't have the actual contract delivered to you at the moment. So for this acceptance, it has to be accepted, and we need that communication of acceptance. It is two pieces, and we need both. I think for the most part, this does happen on the same day. This is our effective date. Once we have both of these pieces, that's the effective date defined by our contract. Again, page 359, there's some nice bullet points, nice little summary for us about that offer and acceptance. And as far as communication acceptance, we're just told that we should promptly communicate that acceptance. I don't know about you guys, but I would have a hard time going to sleep tonight if I knew my buyer or seller lost out on the deal because I didn't promptly communicate, because I was busy and I didn't have time and I didn't get a chance to call you. And in the meantime, something else happened. So back to the earlier question, do they give us a timeline? No, they just tell us to promptly communicate. It might be you're even pulling over to the side of the road and safely calling somebody to let them know you have that acceptance until you can get to a place where you can email the contract. You know when you're in the throes of negotiations, so you can be prepared to follow this thing through. Sometimes I understand this is challenging because other than real estate, we also have like other lives too. But I also know that we need to promptly communicate to get our buyers and sellers. Again, I can't imagine being the one that calls my client and says, you didn't get it because I didn't feel like calling until later this afternoon. I can't. What do you guys think about that? The least I can do for me personally on my end is show that I pulled over on the side of the road and communicated as soon as you sent it to me, as soon as I saw it from you. Does that make sense? So just remember to promptly communicate that acceptance. If you're not around or you're not available, get help. Ask your BIC for help. Your BIC has a dog in this fight too, right? They want this under contract. They want this thing to close. So ask your BIC for help. Ask for peers. You know, if you want to go to the beach this weekend, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours, right? Maybe I'll help you out this weekend while you're at the beach. Next weekend, you can help me. The point is that we've got to, if you're not available, find somebody else in your firm that can be to help with this communication.
Yeah, because like if you don't communicate with them, you're not doing your duty to them.
Exactly.
Not
That's back to
following
the
old car.
Yeah. And Missy, if I'm not communicating, then I don't get it under contract. If I don't get it under contract, it doesn't close. If it doesn't close, I don't get paid. So,
Not to mention you're not gonna have a client anymore because they're gonna be upset.
not to mention I'm going to get fired. My BIC's probably not happy with me. And it's just a domino effect, all because I didn't feel like calling you until later. Yeah.
I mean, you could even send a text so long as you communicate to the other side something really quick. Leave them a voicemail, something with a
Selena.
timestamp.
That's it. Exactly it. Again, this is not about delivering you the signed document. This is communicating the fact that my guys have signed it. I will get it to you as soon as I can.
If you, let's say, call them and leave a voicemail or you send a text, but you don't know that they've read it, heard it, opened it, whatever, is it still communicated?
Because I have still communicated. Doesn't
That's
matter
fine.
if you've received it. It's the fact that
Okay.
I've communicated it. Yep. We talked about the mailbox rule, for example. So once it hits the federally related mailbox, communication of acceptance has happened. An electronic world, once it hits the recipient's inbox, it's not when you sent it. It's not when they open it. It's when it hits their inbox. That is deemed communication of acceptance. So when it comes to submitting offers to sellers, there's a couple different schools of thoughts about this, and they're similar, luckily. The law of agency is what creates agency as we know it today. It's comprised of contract law, it's comprised of license law and commission rules. So the law of agency isn't one thing, it's comprised of several sources. The law of agency tells us that we have a duty to present all offers to our sellers. Note that word all. There is not a single offer that I can reject on their behalf, that I can't not present. So the what ifs. Julie, what if it is an insultingly low offer that's just going to make my seller mad? Do I have to present it to them? Yep. What if the seller says, I can't accept anything under X amount? You get an offer under X amount. Do I have to present it to them? Yep. Which offers do we present to our sellers? Each and every single one of them. So somebody asked about a verbal offer. Do I have to present a verbal offer to my seller? Yes. Is it going to stand up? I'm telling you, as a listing agent, I'd probably advise my seller that we need to see something in writing signed by the buyers to know that they're serious. So if you want to try to come at me with a text message, that's fine. Just tell me you're following up with the offer. That's what I'm looking for, is the buyer signatures. That's how I know that they're serious and it's not just the agent talking. Does that make sense? Seeing those buyer signatures tells me to tell my sellers. So law of agency says we have a duty to present all offers as soon as possible. And at that time, we need to disclose any information you may have, maybe about the buyer, maybe about the transaction, whatever. Any information that you have that could affect the seller's decision. So the law of agency, all offers as soon as possible. Similar to the law of agency, we got the North Carolina Real Estate Commission. They require us to deliver all offers immediately, but in no event later than how many days from the date of execution. How many days wiggle room do we have? And I'm seeing hands go up. 3. So the two are similar, yes? Law of agency says present all offers immediately or ASAP. Real Estate Commission gives us a little bit of wiggle room. Says we have a duty to present all offers immediately, but in no event later than 3 days. At the time that we're presenting this offer, if you know of any other possibles that may be coming in, let your seller know. You know, you may have had a showing just a little bit ago when you got feedback that said, offer coming, hang tight, for example. So if you catch wind of another offer coming, let the seller know. Let me ask you guys, does the seller have to wait for this other offer? No. The seller is free to accept any offer at any time. So just because they know they have another offer coming in, they choose. They're the ones that make these decisions. I give them the information for them to make an informed decision. So here's an offer. It's a pretty good offer, or bad, whatever. We got another one coming this afternoon. You want to wait? You want to respond? If you wait, don't we risk losing that buyer? Because remember, that buyer can revoke their offer at any time. So we got to, weigh out our options here. If it's the dream offer, why are we waiting? If it's the not so dream offer, let's wait and see what we get. Any questions or concerns about our commission? It needs to be hashed out long before we're talking this offer stuff. All of our agency agreements need to be in writing with all decisions of commission hashed out before we can present an offer. We know our listing agreement is in writing from the onset. We may have the opportunity to work with a buyer under an oral buyer agency agreement. no matter what, we got to get it worked out before we present the offer. And guys, I have no authority. I do not have the ability to accept or reject an offer on my seller's behalf. Even if they say anything under X amount, just go ahead and reject. Or we are going to go on a cruise for 5 days and we're not getting the Wi-Fi package. So we're going to be out of touch. If anything comes in, just go ahead and accept it. It'll be okay. Guys, remember, Old Car says I follow my clients' lawful instructions. And accepting or rejecting an offer on their behalf is not a lawful.
Wouldn't they be able to give you like a universal power of attorney, or they can't do any of that before? Ooh.
As a sales agent, I'm a special agent, which means I have zero ability to bind, speak on their behalf. Even if they say, oh, just do it. I can't, you guys. I have to follow their lawful instructions. If they're
So
going to
they
be
can't-
gone and out of touch for 5 days, they either need a family member that'll serve as a power of attorney. They need a brother or sister, you know what I'm saying? And they leave their instructions and their wishes with them. I tell them when they dock, they got to check in with me, or I just take their home off the market for 5 days, right? If they're not going to be in touch for 5 days, we need to have the conversation to decide how we're going to proceed. When I go on that cruise for 5 days and I'm not getting the Wi-Fi package, I'm leaving somebody in my office, my BIC or a peer, to help me out, because the show goes on even though I'm cruising, you know? So make sure that that communication stays, even if you're not going to be available to communicate. So this gets us to here. So when we come back tomorrow night, let's talk about that. We're going to, we'll probably finish 11 tomorrow. We got a little bit more in this section. And then we also have, I call them alternative land conveyances. So they're like non-traditional methods to convey property. We'll talk about those. Tomorrow's our big forms night tomorrow, though. I think we're going to start with some forms and try to break it up a little bit. But we're going to look at some commonly used addenda. We're not looking at all of the addenda, but we're looking at some more commonly used ones, not in detail, but we do need to gloss through them and make sure that we have a general understanding of those. So after that, some license law and education issues. It's important you guys know the status of your license. So we'll talk about that. And then we got that CD4 for recommended homework assignment that we'll see on Thursday. We'll do a review on Thursday. We'll talk about our exam on Thursday, and then Saturday morning, first thing, we'll knock this out. Remind me, how many of you, this is your last one? So, look at Missy go. This is Missy's last. Tina, Kimberly, Mary Ellie. Yeah, so you guys are Selena's or second. 2 down, 1 to go, right? Right. So yeah, we're second. So yeah, we're getting you through it, and then you get one more chalked off, and some of you will be done, and others with you will be one step closer. I don't know if anybody's told you or not, but once you get through post, there's no more tests. There aren't tests in CE unless you take an elective asynchronously, and then you have a test just to make sure you're sitting there paying attention and not just playing the video and walking away from it. Other than that, in CE, no tests. So once you get through post, put your pencil down, right? Y'all don't forget to use calculators too. You need a calculator for your test on Saturday. So don't forget to go calculator shopping. That's what I got for tonight, you guys. You guys have a great night. Sleep fast. We'll do it again at 5:15 tomorrow. Knock this out.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Good night.
Julie.
Good night. Thank